everyone. Welcome to the third round of European Youth Championships in Prague. I would like to welcome my today's co-commentator, Lucia Fizerova. Welcome,
Hi.
Lucia. Hi. So we had a very interesting day yesterday when we had lots of fighting games. So we do hope to see very similar day to day because also the gaps between the players become even smaller in rating gaps. So we can take a look, of course, how they will be doing today. But first, I would like to ask Lutska if she's following the championship.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's pretty awesome to see it because usually I had to play and now to watch it from the other side, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, so I'm watching it.
But you also were quite busy playing yourself till very last days, so I guess that you didn't miss chess all that much.
Yeah.
But you are actually you could still be playing this tournament, right?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Yeah. But last year it was last year I think that had one of the best results in this exactly this same tournament in Mamaya. And yeah, well, hopefully somebody will at least repeat your results there, maybe even improve it.
Well,
Let's
actually, my
see.
result wasn't the best. The best result was Joachim Nemec. He
Yeah, the
ended up
medal was
third.
yeah.
So yeah.
No, I mean amongst girls categories, of course, Czech fans were not very used to very good results at this tournament. So that one was. I hope it will be an inspiration for the girls to try to beat your result in
Hopefully.
this tournament. Yeah. So let's see. We will try to cover again similarly like yesterday. We will try to cover all the category. Well, most of the categories, starting with under 14, and we will try to cover the top boards because I guess that's where the most important events are happening. Of course, we will try to find interesting games also from other boards. And if something really comes up, we're definitely going to share it with you, and we'll take a look. Let's start the category girls under 14, like yesterday. On board one, Vera Vujovic is taking on Evangelia Sisku from Greece. Vera Vujovic, we her yesterday also on live boards. She played a very eventful game against Victoria Vukhtova from Czech Republic, and was probably a little bit on more lucky side of a time trouble there, and eventually managed to win her game. Today she's white, so let's take a look how the events are rolling here. We started off Berlin defense. This is actually quite uncommon to, not that it would be an uncommon opening, but it seems to me that it's quite uncommon in or let's say young or youth tournaments. I didn't see many of them, and especially I think that this is a bit surprising, of course. Uh, let's see how White reacts to this. D3 as a so-called anti-Berlin didn't really want to go for anything forced, and White plays very slow. Let's say in a spirit of Giocopiano, something very modest at the first sight, but also of course trying to maintain the center. Uh, Luca, what do you say about these positions? Is this your cup of tea, or you would prefer something more fun?
Yeah, I mean, this is okay. Like, what has everything he needs, but like also like this is not a like weird position or whatever. It's normal position where they both can fight for their chances. So I mean, yeah, it looks okay for me.
Yeah, well, it's play. Of course, it's still very early stages of the game, so Obviously, we gonna get back to this game shortly after we finish our round. Board two, we see Dinara Husseinova of Azerbaijan playing against Maria Kuznetsova. Maria, we had yesterday on also on board two. She won quite a nice technical end game with white pieces, and today she is facing an interesting setup for white. It seems like white was not very. We can see from move two that white is not really interested in theoretical battles, and we can assume that the stone wall system, which is of course in Dutch defense from black side, uh, is also set up by white here. So interestingly, white probably just decided to play a positional game and to rely on the setup, which is maybe not that ambitious on the first side, but can be tricky for some opponents. It seems that actually Maria did play e4 yesterday, move one, so maybe the psychological idea is also to get her off her favorite schemes and play something else. Of course, also here we have very early stages of the game. White is most likely going to develop the knight. Well, I wanted to say to f3 or e2, but it's very well. It's quite common that at least for me, it's quite common that I'm not guessing right, especially in ladies or girls categories, because they think a little bit differently. And
Yeah.
but I think that this still should be a more or less prepared setup. It's not knight h3 is actually one of the moves which is quite normal for here, because there is a way for another knight to get to f3, because the
Yeah.
aim is to go to e5 for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it looks pretty interesting. So, yeah.
yeah, well, it's a kind of that white is not so ambitious on the first side from the opening point of view. Usually, you fight for an advantage by playing, let's say, e4, d4, trying to control the center immediately. But this is also a very valid strategy, and let's see how black is gonna react to this. On board three, we have an interesting matchup when Kesayam Geladze from Georgia. She played a very interesting and I would say maybe one of the most eventful games of yesterday's round when she prevailed at the end, but it was a typical King's Indian. White was maybe on a better side of the board till some point, but then again the typical King's Indian tricks and appeared on the board, and Black won. So she's playing Tamara Jakubczak. She is from Czech Republic, one of the girls who are in the last several couple of years, I think made big progress. At least gained a lot of rating and improved their play. So we can take a look. One of the local fans hope, I guess, for a good result. One of the dangers of beating your result, maybe. But let's see how today she will have a very difficult task, of course, because Galadze is very let's say for this age already quite experienced, played many uh, championships and tournaments, so I guess that it will be interesting to see this matchup. So we have well, even less common guests than the Berlin defense, I guess, at the Yanish. This is not we see every day. But it's of course one of the most ambitious ideas of Black, how to fight Rui Lopez. And these three, quite a modest way, but actually in modern days, one of the most common ways how to fight the Yanish line from Black.
Do you know if if Janis is the frequent choice for Jakub She in terms of openings. Because
Mhm.
White looks like she prepared for it based on the time she spent.
Yeah, it seems that she is pretty much confident at least at the start of the game, and
Hmm.
this is. And Bishop take well, I have to admit that myself with White when I played these lines, I did try the idea with Queen D3 here, or just maybe after castling Queen D3 is quite tricky here,
Yeah,
but. Mhm.
I played that also against one of my opponents in my category. So yeah,
Okay, yes, this is so it's a good line.
yeah, hopefully.
White went for something else, and this is actually also one of the lines which is possible for White, of course, grabbing a pawn and just then moving the knight to d3. And it seems that not only Black was well prepared, and seems that also White was expecting probably this. So she, at the moment, she didn't spend any time here. Well, we can see that the position is very sharp because
Yeah.
Black has sacrificed the pawn for a compensation. She has two bishops, which the one on c8 is not that impressive at the moment, but may come up to some interesting squares like a6, or maybe after d6 maybe bishop can go to g4 and to some active position. So the compensation is most likely going to be a long-term one. It's gonna of course for White the task would be to consolidate and not to allow all the activity of Black's pieces to happen. Bishop d4 meanwhile put on the board seems to be a logical way how to proceed for Black. Um, yeah, but it seems it took some time from Black maybe to remember the line, or maybe she just was a bit surprised by knight d3. But it seems that bishop d4 is a logical way to continue here. So we're still very early in the game, but I think that all three games suggest that we may have a very interesting fights here as well as yesterday. So we
Definitely,
will,
yeah.
yeah. So this is just let's take a look at the boys category, or sorry, open category under 14, and it's as.
Sorry, Sergey, can I ask you, are there any girls playing in the open section this year or not?
Mm, I don't think so. I'm not sure. I have to admit that it's my bad. I don't know. But do you know about other categories?
I mean, I'm asking because last year, the open category under 18, I think,
Mm-hmm.
uh, Roberts played.
Lena Roberts played.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, that's true.
So I was just asking out of
Yeah, I'm
curiosity if
not sure
there's.
about this. I have to. Well, actually, there is immediately we got an
Oh,
answer because I didn't
yeah.
didn't really click on I didn't really click on the first board, and you just before I did this, we have immediately a
Yeah.
confirmation of yes, immediately an answer. It's not only just playing in this category, but she's playing on board one, so it's very interesting then. So it's basically very encouraging, I think, for lots of. That's why I had to correct myself because this is exactly a confirmation that this is an open category and not
Yeah,
boys.
exactly. Yeah.
So we see Emily Negre from France playing against Paweł Sowinski. Paweł Sowinski is number 2 seed, but after yesterday's draw of Václav Finek of Czech Republic, he moved to board one for the moment. And we see also something where, but things went really little interesting here. Knight f3 castle, and if the online is correct, then White did start with bishop d3, bishop g4, bishop e2. This is actually a bit confusing, I have to say. And because it seems that white did deliberately lure black bishop to g4 because she hardly spent any time in the opening.
On
Very,
the
very
other
interesting.
hand, Savinsky looks kind of surprised actually, uh,
It
based
would be
on
as well, I have to
based on
admit.
the time. So
Maybe that's a psychological approach to the game as well, because maybe they decided that we saw yesterday that Savinsky played a Turkish player, and he did go for a not so common but actually quite tricky line, this King's Indian attack, and he was successful. And then today it seems that he is on the receiving side of being surprised, because yeah, bishop d3 frankly doesn't look so logical, but maybe the idea was really to provoke bishop g4, because we can see that Savinsky did play bishop g4 quite quickly, and now after bishop e2 he started to spend some time, because now he has to make up his mind how he wants to proceed. Um, Actually, frankly, doubt that this is the best way for white to fight for an advantage, but it may have a very interesting psychological background. Maybe as a surprise value of this move order for white is why she opted for this, and she just wants to get off the theoretical lines, and maybe not to allow black to play the typical King's Indian things.
well, yeah, maybe White's plan is not to fight for advantage, but just play it safe, get out of the long opening lines and then just kind of fight for whatever chance she can get. So yeah, I mean it's gonna be
Yeah,
interesting. Savinsky looks surprised. So
yeah, well, it's an interesting start. I have to say that I did see this. Well, the line like this exists. So Black can try to do this even in this position, actually. So this line exists. So it's just a pure tempo up for Black compared to this one. But on the other hand, maybe that's exactly a psychological effect somehow to drop the ball on the other side of the court, and to see how black is going to deal with this. Interesting. We are up to a very interesting battle here. It seems like mind games started very early here. So let's check on board two. Bruno Topenchik of Czech Republic is playing Felix Antonio Ilinka from Romania, one of the rating favorites of the event. And there are less surprises here, I guess. Also, White didn't really go for main openings, but just tried to start the game solidly, not really anywhere. And here, both players did spend some time already the opening in order to probably understand uh, which setups they would prefer to get after the opening, and that's why it's still very early to, of course, after five moves to talk about any strategies. Board three, we have Patryk Cieslak of Poland against Boško Stefanovic from Serbia. And here we are up to something very, very tempting, because Benoni is on the board, and not just a regular Benoni, but one of the sharpest ones. Is bishop b5 check. This is a start of one of the very most ambitious approaches from white. At fd7, a4, uh, white's logical follow-up, because black's plan would be obviously to play a6 and b5 if possible, so a5 is stopping the idea very early. Black wants to use the fact that white didn't develop the knight to f3 yet, so goes for queen h4 check, g3 and queen e7. weakening white's king's position after future castle. Say so somehow maybe the squares will become more vulnerable, but it does cost black a lot of time. So of course this is a bit of a risky strategy. But black seems by opening choice seems to be up for let's say a little bit of a risk straight from the opening, and he also is pretty much in the book while white is already consuming some time. Which side of the board would you prefer to be on here?
I mean, to be honest, I don't play this opening for neither. So that's probably why I would never get into these positions.
Yeah, but if
Uh,
you
I would go for white.
accidentally.
Yeah, I would go for white position
Mhm,
because
yeah.
I don't know, he has much more space. It just feels, I don't know, better. I don't think if there's any reasonable explanation, but I would just go for white. Yeah.
Yeah, well, generally, of course, Benoni is considered to be a risky choice for black. It's one of the openings where black is in, let's say, positionally, if we can call this less sound openings, but the dynamics are very strong there, and of course, the chance to overtake the initiative straight after the opening is quite present there. On the other hand, of course, if white really does correctly treat the opening phase, then black is often ending up under a constant positional pressure. So, of course, there are pros and cons in everything, but let's see here. We are also up for a very thrilling game. Let's check the category of girls under 16, where on board one we have another Czech representative, Emma Dobsa, playing against Alexandra Shvedova representing Italy. We did talk shortly about Shvedova because she is already an owner of gold medal from the Blitz event from this tournament. Uh, Today, well, Emma is around for quite a while, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, she played. She was quite successful in junior categories in Czech Republic, maybe starting from 12, let's say, some very early age. You will correct me if I'm
Well, to be
mistaken.
honest, I'm not sure about that because she's in different category than I, but we obviously played against each other a few times. But I just wanted to mention that Emma is actually going to this year's World Championship in Brazil, if I'm
Mhm.
correct. So yeah, that's gonna be her second like huge chess tournament. So I'm excited to see how she'll do here and then in Brazil. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a good preparation for World Juniors for sure. And let's see how the opening went here. Knight f3, a6. Now Black is immediately showing her intentions not to go for the main lines, and this is so-called O'Kelly variation of Sicilian, where it well, the difference, of course, is that openings, uh, or let's say the standard way of treating this wouldn't be so great from white because after knight f6, knight c3, e5 is quite effective, and now we don't have the b5 square. And after knight b3, say bishop b4, white black is immediately solving all the opening problem. So the automatic approach, like playing d4 move 3, is maybe the less recommended one here. Of course, white has the white choice of other replies against a6, but maybe this is one of the reasons why a6 is fairly popular, because it forces white to play a little bit differently than in open Sicilians. So c4 is one of the ways to treat this. Of course, c3 as well is one of the main moves here. And after c4, d6, white has decided to develop, and black just blocks the position. So, of course, white is bit ahead in development, but Black also has some creative, or let's say, a creative approach to the developing of pieces. So she did put the bishop to g7, knight goes to e7. Next plan is, of course, to castle and then to have some ideas with f5.
But also there are quite interesting ideas with b5, if I'm correct, because I play this exact same structure with white pieces, the English
Mhm.
opening.
Ah, yes.
And yeah, I mean, this is gonna be also pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, this is so-called if I okay, maybe from a bit older generation, but we did call this Botvinnik setup because he was a huge fan of this with more or less both colors. So he would put this structure quite often in his games. Did really like this pawn structure. Okay, connected with G3, so it's more like from black side at the moment. The A3 was definitely done with some idea of breaking through on queen's side. So some white was preparing to something like rook b1 and b4, I guess. So I would expect rook b1 to appear at the board quite quickly. So we see. Let's meanwhile move to board two where Emilia Sprzeczka from Poland is playing Elif Zeren Yildiz from Turkey. Uh, White player yesterday. She showed impressive nerves. She had a very interesting position, but was quite a long time. And here she did come up with an interesting concept of h3, e5, knight f3. Uh, this is one of the newest well, wouldn't say inventions maybe, but one of the newest suggestions of Anish Giri. He did highlight this setup in one of his chessable courses, and this is exactly his recommendation. The idea is not very new. I mean, knight f3 by itself is not something which is revolutionary, but but the idea is then to push g4, which doesn't look so logical with a knight on f3 at the first side. But exactly the idea is to push g5 and to take back with the knight, and then to, let's say, uh, after knight appears g5, then the bishop comes to c4, and f7 may become vulnerable. So bishop e6, the normal moves like bishop e6 here just immediately run into g5. Black was somehow. I think that here she still was kind of in the book, but h6 already did take some time from her, and after g4 she did drastically fight the g4 g5 idea by playing g5 herself. I'm not so convinced about this. Of course, I cannot guarantee that this was highlighted as well by Anish Giri in his course. I'm fairly sure that he wouldn't miss something like this. But I guess that this is a bit questionable strategy from Black. Um, well, also apart from weakening the f5, maybe can consider something like h4 here immediately.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
it looks scary, to be honest. Like, I think Black should have been more careful, but I don't know. We'll see how that will go.
Yeah, I mean, this is a modern theory. So, I mean, generally, this is definitely still pretty much in the book, and Knight F3 probably surprised Black a little, and so she did react logically. Maybe she did want to put her bishop to E6, so H6 is a logical choice, but G4 was probably another surprise for her, and yeah, G5 risky stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Um,
also important to mention this is a girls' category, so anything can happen. That's
well, I guess it's
that's the beautiful thing about women's chess, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, if you are not coaching any of them, it definitely can call this one of the most exciting parts. Yeah, let's see what we are sure we sure we'll see lots of fighting chess both in girls and open categories. Boys can fight as well. So board three, we have another Turkish player, Seren Tirpan, playing Olivia Sekova from Slovakia. Uh, I've seen Olivia at a recent Mitropa Cup in Germany. I think that you were also present there.
Yeah.
And Olivia was it was her first time playing for the national team, so she got a chance quite in early age, and I think that she did quite well. Of course, this is a different kind of event where here we can see that she is a rating favorite, but the gap is, I mean, the difference between them is around, it's not that huge. And of course, in the following rounds, we will see already very even matchups. And in here we did start with c4 and knight c3. So English opening symmetrical for a while. And then e4. And again we have the same uh, one of your favorite lines and one of your favorite
Yeah.
setups, as you mentioned. They decided to make you happy because they knew that you are going to be commentating. So probably they just thought that it would be nice for you to see this setup frequently. And okay, so bishop d7 is maybe one of the ideas is, of course, to play queen c8 and bishop h3.
Well,
Maybe tempting white, yes.
in my experience, I wouldn't say that's the best way to continue with black pieces. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think much more interesting line is instead of bishop d7 to just castle, go
Yeah,
knight e8, knight c7, knight e6, and transform the knight to d4. And it
exactly.
is actually quite annoying with white pieces to kind of get rid of the knight on d4. So I think that might be a good way to continue. But
Yeah, this is a common motive actually. Also, white sometimes does this against a similar setup in English opening. When black does setup with d6, e5, white can go with knight e1, c2, e3. It's very similar here as well. On the other hand, it's even after this, if when black manages to get a knight to e6, the probability that they will get something more than equalizing is not very high, and I guess that it maybe was not so tempting for black to play for equalizing the game and try to do something else to unbalance the position. And white did decide that she's changing the structure. She betrayed your d3 and went for d4 immediately, and now of course some calculation needs to be done. For instance, it's typical for these lines, we need to check if knight takes e4 is working, because there's a common motive for these positions. We need to check the exchanges. Knight takes and knight takes d1. But it seems that black here is not in time to, because the only move knight b2, and it seems that white has knight takes d6 check trick and bishop takes a8, winning some material. So black has to check this, but most likely she will just settle for taking on d4 and then probably just castle here, which will transpose us to some kind of Sicilian Marozzi setup with the bishop on g2, where bishop d7 may become quite handy here. So now bishop e3 is not possible because of knight g4, so white probably can either move the knight from d4 or continue with h3 and then trying to put the bishop on e3. But well, I don't know. Bishop d4 doesn't seem too logical to me because black was ready for this by playing bishop d7. So maybe I would either play d3 or play something else. Maybe d3 was.
Yeah, maybe
But
just d3, rook b1, a3, the classical English plans. But I mean, it's gonna get pretty interesting this way, because I have to admit that after rook b1 there are some like really slow lines where like nothing is happening basically. So this is gonna be much more exciting, I would say.
sure, for spectators, definitely it was more interesting this way. White was in the mood to change the structure and to transpose to some kind of Sicilians, and well, we will see what's gonna be from this change. And let's move to a category under 16, where we have. Wow, very interesting position on board one. I can see it's Axel Bukwaloi did manage to win both his first two games. In the first round, he actually finished his game with the quickest in the playing hall, and today he's facing Andrei Lepic from Serbia, and they started the French defense, bishop b4, and white immediately tried uh, to unbalance the game by going for this interesting line, where white is giving up central pawn e4 in exchange for a g7 pawn and a black squared bishop. Rook g8, queen h6, c5, black is attacking the center, and bishop b2. It seems that bishop on b2 doesn't participate much in the game, but the idea behind it we can see immediately. The next move, it's castling long as soon as possible, and then try to develop to finish the development and probably open up the position as quick as possible. So black played queen a5. It does seem that white was better prepared to this line because black has already spent around 20 minutes of his time, but the position is extremely sharp and extremely unbalanced. I think both sides have some advantages on their side. It's black has a healthier pawn structure. Let's say in case they manage to castle long, they would be quite happy with that. White's bishop on b2, as I mentioned, is not really impressive at the moment, but it may become a very powerful piece. White is yet to finish the development, but after that, of course, the bishop pair may become a very important part of the game. Um, this is
Yeah,
also quite funny. It looks interesting. What do you think?
yeah. I mean, it's interesting the position itself. Also, the difference is already kind of big. If I consider the fact that it's just a few moves. And I mean, in this different time control than probably many players are used to, the time makes much bigger difference and it's much bigger factor, especially in the end of the games. So yeah, but I think Kwai is already used to it, especially because we already played with this time control last year in Romania, where he also played.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think he's gonna be careful with how much time he spends. Yeah.
Probably we can mention this again because we do try to mention this. I think every day broadcast, but in case you missed first 2 days or from some reason you didn't see that part, the time control at the European US Championships is 1 hour and 30 minutes plus 30 seconds from move one, but there is no increment and no additional time after the first time control. So it means there is no time control actually. So it as Lutka said, your time management becomes one of the most important things in the game. And once you get to the time trouble, you are basically there till the end of the game, unless you are
Exactly.
extreme.
Yeah.
Yes,
What do you
unless you are
think about
extreme.
this time control? Like, do you prefer this one or the classical one?
I'm more of a classical time control guy because I'm a bit older than most of well like maybe significantly older than all the participants of this tournament. And when we started off, I mentioned this yesterday also, that we started off playing chess. We did have different time controls. Definitely, there were no electronic clocks, so of course we had to play with mechanic clocks, and then of course any kind of additional 30 seconds after move one were out of question. But in general, I like my time after the time controls, and when after move 40, mostly the game is off to a technical phase. Let's say it's usually an end game, or let's say in a late middle game. So I really need some additional time to little bit restart, recover after the time trouble, which is quite common thing. And in here somehow I wouldn't like to play this time control. I mean,
Really?
I have to admit, no, not really. I did play this. I did play. I remember we had first one of this main events where the first time this time control was used was in Bled 2002. You might not remember that one, I guess.
No, I wasn't alive, so.
But it was the first time. It was quite a big shock for lots of people because FIDE was trying to make the game more interesting for media, and of course, shortening the time control is one of the ways. We have to admit this. On the other hand, for the players, it was a huge step, and somehow I would say that in many events, this time control didn't really wasn't too welcome from the top players, at least. But I remember that, of course, to get used to this took some time, because we really needed to adjust ourselves to eternal time trouble. Also, from practical point of view, it's important then that you are ready for a longer part of the game, so that you, let's say, don't drink too much water before the time control, because then at some point some technical things become problematic. And of course, this can be, of course, for younger generations, this is a bit of a smaller issue. But players who are used to play with extra half an hour after move 40, it's probably not so great to have this time control. But you would, I feel that you would say the opposite, right?
Actually, yeah, I would say grew up playing the classical classical time control, but I tried to play this one in Romania, as I mentioned before, and I actually liked it a lot because I play a bit faster, I would say, and I had in every game I had like huge time advantage, which I think was also one of the factors why I ended up being seventh. So yeah, I mean, I pretty liked it, and I actually don't really understand why there's so much experimenting with the time controls these days. But I mean, it's pretty interesting, not just for viewers, but I would say also for players to try different time controls, different kinds of games. Yeah, it's exciting. So
Yeah, no, I agree to this. That this is of course very interesting. It's challenging, true.
yeah.
The thing is that what we widely consider the classical time control, you mean 1.5 hours, let's say, for
Oh,
for
yeah.
40
Sorry.
moves plus half an hour. in my childhood, this this would be like considered a rapid game, because because when I started playing chess, it was like 2.5 hours for 40 moves plus an hour till the end of the game. So there was no increment. Of course, there's this important detail, but still, of course, the game is speeding up. It's I think it's completely okay. I wouldn't imagine that there will be uh, time controls like a bullet, hyper bullet, and ultra bullet. So it's kind of some completely different world. And of course, it's logical that organizers and even FIDE or ECU are a bit experimenting with time controls in order to find out if it's a better format for the viewers. And well, we are, of course, chess is fighting for its place under the sun amongst other sports, and this time control is definitely more competitive than the other
Yeah.
ones, than the longer ones. Well, my personal preference still, I would say that if I have to play a classical game, then I prefer my half an hour, my coffee break after the time control. So, meanwhile, actually, the guys are not really paying any attention to our concerns about their time troubles, and they are playing quite slowly. But I understand that every move can be very important here. It's a very unbalanced, very interesting position. So both players would definitely spend some time in the open pace. I can expect a time trouble here coming quite soon. So let's meanwhile check board number two also. Artem Diachuk of Ukraine is playing Marco Materia from France. We yesterday we saw Axel's game on board one. It was very interesting from the very beginning, as they started of both of the players taking some risks. Marco was, on the other hand, very methodical, I would say. He would go for a position which required a good understanding of what you are doing, but maybe not the most attractive one. But he did convincingly win his game. And today also we see a positional game from him. We can see the time difference. Actually, it's quite impressive that White has already something like around half an hour of advantage on his clock. Uh, we can shortly take a look what happened in the opening. And Black did play a classical system, inviting White to go for Catalan, and White didn't really like the idea, and he went for another classical setup, which is quite famous. Lots of players
Sorry
did
to
it.
interrupt you, but I just noticed the black spent, I mean, 15 minutes on c5. Is there any reason why that might have, or is that wrong?
Well, the reason I can we can only speculate, of course, because we don't
Oh,
know.
yeah, of course. But I
Yes,
was just, if there's any reason behind that, why would he need to spend so much time?
No, well, it comes to mind simply that he was probably surprised by the choice of his opponent. Although here, actually, I would say that this is very common. All of this. Maybe he did expect knight c3, but I don't see this as this can be a big reason for this.
Yeah.
Well, c5. It's quite typical, actually. None of this is very uncommon. I wouldn't say that.
Exactly. That's why it actually surprised me.
Mhm.
Like it
Mhm.
feels really normal, this position, like no tactical problems. So yeah. I mean
I
there
would
can be
expect
many
Black.
reasons, but
Yeah, I mean, it seems that he did prepare something. Well, setups with c5 are possible here as well, because then also why Black keeps an option to develop the knight to c6 instead of d7. That's one of the possible ways to proceed. But he did go knight d7 very quickly, and after queen e2, You are completely right. It's a good point that here he seemingly unnecessarily spent 15 minutes on this. Well, we cannot again. He may have left after Queen or before Queen
Yeah,
E2,
of
so
course.
maybe
Yeah.
he was off the board, uh, and maybe it took some time anyway to decide for C5. Actually, his next play also suggests that he is maybe not so comfortable with the position because Knight E4 also kind of took some time. Again, we can see that he is consuming 5 to 10 minutes here,
In
and
each move. Yeah.
again took some time to come to this. Nothing is really happening yet here. The only thing I could assume that Black is not completely familiar with this position. It seems that White, on the other hand, is quite happy to get this, and maybe that's the reason why every move is this feeling maybe then if you are not familiar with the position, anything which looks even extremely logical and normal, it kind of requires more checking, more time. You cannot really do this automatically if you are not used to play some lines.
Yeah, definitely. Of course. I didn't want to speculate or anything. It just felt a bit strange, I would say. I just wanted to point out because these are the moments where the time you spend can reflect the time you'll have in the end. So yeah, I just wanted to point it out. It
Yeah.
can it
No, no, this
doesn't
is a
have to
big.
mean anything, but yeah.
Now, this is a very good observation, of course. I would have probably missed that moment just because I'm going through the game sometimes very quickly in order want to cover as many of them as possible. Of course, we can see that White is still very confident. It seems that White knows where all the pieces belong, and
Yeah.
Black maybe just has to find it for himself because so far it seems that everything what Black does is also extremely logical, but again from some reason it required more than half an hour of consideration. So let's see if it's gonna backfire on Black in the later stages of the game. But at the moment, of course, White has at least a psychological edge.
Yeah, of course. So far the game looks pretty normal and we'll see what's gonna happen.
Of course, lots of fight ahead of us, and there is no big tragedy still. It's just under 1 hour. Of course, most of these players are capable of playing blitz very well. So I guess that
Yeah.
this is not yet an issue. Board three. We have one of the top seeds, Chan Durak, playing against Flavian Kravchik of Poland. And here we see a much calmer approach than in many other games. We had a Caro with two knights, knight f6, extremely popular nowadays. And after queen e2, an interesting move, knight a6, which is maybe not mainly theoretical, or let's say a little bit less played than the other ones. There are several main directions. Usually, black goes for something like this, and here either knight d7. I can show this funny line where a white can sacrifice a queen, knight e5. Of course, knight takes e4 wouldn't be very good. And after e6, white goes to queen e2. And there is a lot of opening theory here as well. There is another line with queen d5 here, where white can move the queen to several directions. Something like queen h4 is possible. Also, queen f4, queen e3, all kinds of things. But knight a6 is actually one of the newest tries in this line. So probably black did want to surprise his opponent, and it seems that white didn't expect Caro-Kann, or at least it took him some time to make up his mind which line he wants to go. And queen d5, we have something very similar, like I did show a while ago, where now, of course, the knight on a6 is already prepared to jump to b4 if needed. And white decided not to complicate matters and just go for exchange. And we can see that black is extremely confident. f6 almost instantly. And now they both slow down. Knight b8. This is kind of admitting that knight a6 may not have been so great. So the knight goes to a more usual square, like c6. But I like white's position now because wood feels that gain some space, is far ahead in development. His pieces are very active.
Yeah, of course, white has some advantage, but it's nothing extra. Like, I wouldn't say it's too bad for black, so it's gonna be probably a long game. A lot of
Yeah.
technical thinking, so yeah.
Yes, so, well, of course, this is we are still again in the very early stages of the game. Only 12 moves done, made by players. So let's check if we can give it a try. And and again, we are very sorry, but category under 18 girls seems to be kind of uh, cursed or something, because yesterday we had the same problem and we didn't see the first boards. Well, hopefully it will improve, and we once will see the top girls of this category playing. Hopefully this will be fixed during today's transmission. So meanwhile, we can still uh, check the category, open category under 18, where we have already very interesting matchups on board. There is, well, something happened here. I can see that if the online is correct, that on one of the boards, black player failed to appear the game. Maybe, well, hopefully he is fine, and this just a minor inconvenience, but he had to forfeit his game. It happened on board 9, pretty high actually. A Polish player, Marcel Kutowski, lost against Pastor Balash. So let's go to the games which are actually played. On board 1, Yanli Sokolowski, Israeli Grandmaster, one of the top seeds, top seed in this category, is facing Saad Abubakar Elmi from Norway. I mentioned the player from Norway yesterday because I happened to play him a couple of years ago at one of the events. It was a European Cup. Very promising young man. And back then, his rating was something around 22, 40, 50, and we can see some things changed in that department. He's around 2400s, and he is a sharp player, very interesting one. Played several different openings, and this time we have Steinitz defense from black, and c4, one of the most common ways how to fight it. Knight c3 and g6, and this is exactly one of the ways how white sometimes does this, but I have a feeling that something is not exactly correct here. d4, knight takes e4, black accepts the challenge, bishop takes e4. What's the white idea here? He needs to go d takes e5, I guess, because otherwise, or do you think white has any
I mean, I
other?
was thinking about the rook e1 if that's Possible.
Rook e1. Yeah, rook e1 is also an option, surely. But then, what if I just take on f3? Let's say queen takes f3 and bishop g7.
But there's pawn hanging on b7, but I don't think that's enough.
Castles.
I don't know.
I mean, white needs to restore material equality. That's for sure. But I think black would be quite happy here as well if white goes for this.
Yeah.
On the other hand, what else does he do? The e5? Probably just d takes e5, or
I mean, yeah, probably. D takes
d
c5
takes
looks.
e5. Yeah, because I first thought that I would go something like queen e2 to avoid exchanging the queens, but after queen e2, like maybe has a strong reply of queen d3 and queen e1 here. Looks a bit artificial actually. May not be bad though, but it looks artificial.
Yeah.
This, but it can be quite interesting actually. Yes.
I mean, yeah, it looks fine, but I don't know. Do you think d takes c5 is the best way to play it?
Well, if I would be white, yeah, I would vote for d5, I guess. Maybe, but white definitely is checking some other options. Uh, Maybe rook e1. He wants to evaluate the position correctly after rook e1 and the line we took a look at. I somehow like d5. Seems to be more logical to me here. Yeah, but let him choose. He's a strong grandmaster, so he will already know his way around this. Let's check board two. We have Sohan Belkaid of France against Jan Klimpowski. Jan did play a very patient game yesterday. He got a slight advantage out of the opening, and then slowly increased it and managed to outplay his opponent and force him to commit some mistakes and scored an important win. Today he is black, and we started with my favorite Gioco Piano, and White went for early Bishop G5. This is one of the tries where White wants to provoke Black to expand on King side, to go for some G5s, and then to try to use the weaknesses. But you can see that Black did play a move which uh, definitely in my childhood would be heavily criticized. Should be just losing a tempo in a way, but nowadays lots of things changed in understanding of chess and approach to chess in general. We can blame chess engines in a way, but of course, on the other hand, it also brought lots of new, very interesting developments in opening theory. So I'm not an enemy of computers, and of course we understand that anyway the way how progress goes on, then we don't really have a choice actually than to adjust to this. Um, you might not like it, but it's a way how it is. And bishop g3, d6, and a4. I would feel that black actually is quite happy seeing this bishop on g3. I as long well, I played Rui Lopez or Joko Piano for quite a lot, and I would prefer this bishop on c1 actually. I mean, g3 is sometimes it can be a good square, but I don't like this situation where a bishop is not really participating in the game. And it seems that both of players we can see impressive time management, both of
Yeah.
them or impressive preparation probably, rather, and both of them were still blitzing up the moves for quite a while in the game. And well, it always said at some point one of the sides stops, unless they are going for something very long and forced. And
Here we can
somewhere
see
around,
it's the white who kind of slows down and
yes.
spends more time. So yeah.
Yeah, I see that you are specializing on the time management, so you will be
I mean, I wouldn't say specializing, but I think it's really important part of the games. And I think you can say a lot about the chess part. So I'm like, I'm gonna check the time every time. So.
okay,
No, I'm
fine
joking,
with
but
me.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's
No,
important and it's nice to point it out so everyone can.
yeah, I completely agree that it sometimes maybe it's a decisive factor of the game, and everything we say about the chess part and about chess is nice and interesting, but when mutual time trouble comes, actually all the positional understanding and all the opening knowledge and everything like this can go to waste because we just don't
Exactly,
have
yeah.
enough time. Yeah, so it seems that Black is still pretty much confident. I mean, he seemingly just didn't spend any time on this to get to something like Queen D7 and White. White already we can see that is consuming a lot of time here. His last move did cost him. You see, I'm trying to keep up with you. He did cost him more than 10 minutes, and yeah, it seems that
What do you
Black
think
has
about this move? What do you think about Rookie
Rook
3?
e3.
Because
Rook e3 is a bit strange to me. I have to say that maybe his main point is just to try to free up his queen, and he needed to protect this pawn on d3. So maybe he wants to go to b3 with a queen. So maybe this is his aim. On the other hand, Black can even. I mean, Black would really like to go knight e7, I guess here. But the b7 pawn is hanging, so maybe he can consider even a very slow play like rook b8 and knight e7 next, which I actually like.
yeah, that's interesting.
Maybe not the most attractive of moves in the world, but sometimes you don't really need to. You can't win the games only by playing attractive attacking chess. But sometimes moves like this can be also very important. Of course, another way how to proceed with black would be rook e8, and then the idea of knight d8 to give up on knight e7 a bit, but knight d8 and c6 next can be also quite interesting. I like
Uh,
black's chances.
actually,
Yeah.
actually, I like the Rook B8 a lot because like Black has nowhere to rush. His pieces are developed. His king is safe, I would say. So Rook B8, it looks really nice. It's a great idea.
There is well, maybe there is one thing which white can do here is queen a4. Maybe this is one of the reasons also why he wanted to play rook e3. But queen a4 is putting some pressure on the knight, but mainly it kind of pins him, maybe forces because knight e7 here may not be working that well because b7 is still hanging, and if knight d8, let's say here, let's this then exchanging the queens may be helping white to release some pressure because the queen may become very dangerous for white. So maybe a rook e3 is with the idea of queen a4, protecting the a5 pawn and then freeing up the squares for the rook, bringing it to the game. But again, I would repeat myself. I like black's position. I actually would rather be black here already. I think that white didn't really achieve much from the opening here. And let's check board three. They're all Polish derby by Jan Malek against Jakub Hizi. It's we mentioned both Polish players, Jan Klinkowski and Jan Malek, in yesterday's broadcast as well. They are top one, top two, two out of three top players in their category, and of course they are big contenders for highest placement in this tournament. Let's see, Anmalek did go for some kind of a modification of well, not very regular Queen's Gambit. G3 became here increasingly becomes increasingly popular in this order. Also, in these matchups, we can see that the players. I'm sure that they know each other very well because have, when you play player from your country, you most likely have bumped into him already in earlier age and played maybe several games already. So of course it becomes a psychological game as well that you want to get him out of his comfort zone or her. So let's say it didn't happen to you that you would play against another Czech player during this, let's say, youth championships.
I mean, I do not really recall. I think I played against girls from Czech Republic when there was a European Championship in 2016 in Prague. There was a lot of Czech players, so I think I played there against someone. But mm, I wouldn't say I play against them often. I've been to many European and World Championships, and it doesn't happen to me often. I don't know if there's is that because usually there's just one girl who goes to these kind of uh, events. I don't know, but it doesn't
Yeah.
happen to me often, and I'm
Okay. So
happy.
we,
I'm happy it doesn't happen.
I guess because well, my point was that I don't think that it's the most pleasant actually for both players because still well you hope to play some interesting games, and you most likely are not so tempted about playing your compatriot in a big
Yeah,
tournament. Of course, this can happen when you are from a big country, as Poland definitely is a country with lots of participants during this event, so these situations may occur. We may even see a game between Klinkowski and Malek at some stage, of course, as well. It can happen. So let's see what happened here after the opening. Bishop G2, Bishop B4. So this is some kind of uh, let's say delayed Catalan, where White already developed his knight to c3. On the other hand, Black also did bring his knight to d7. Um, well, typically, White is not concentrating on getting the pawn back quickly, but just wants to build up compensation around the central squares because e4 is gonna be his one of his ideas. And Black, actually, we can see knight a2. So now White already threatens to take on c4. But Black's previous move, a5, was in fact a preparation for e5 here. Very interesting approach. Black is not worried about giving up bishop on b4 because he feels that after taking, let's say, knight b4, a takes b4, that the rook comes to play more or less for free, and that he will have enough play counterplay in the center, so he may not be worried about not having both bishops on the board. It seems that both players are quite out of the book already. They don't seem to be blitzing out moves. Both of them already did invest half an hour in their first 11 moves, half an hour and more. So yeah, it seems that now, of course, they already are on their own, and yeah, well, this looks like another promising game, which could be of an interest uh, after we come back. I guess that we. How do you like the position here for from both sides? Well, which ones would you like more?
I mean it's pretty normal position for both sides. I would maybe prefer it for white, but I mean, it's playable obviously for both sides, so I wouldn't be angry if any of them I would have to play it. So
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, still lots of fight ahead of us. And I think that it's time for us to go for a first break and stay with us. I hope you enjoy the broadcast and we will be back soon. Thank you very much for watching. So, welcome back to a live commentary of the third round of Youth European Championships in Prague. We are uh, continuing with to check the games on the top boards in different categories. So, let's check what happened meanwhile in open category because I'm quite curious what happened on board one, where Emily Negre is playing with white pieces against one of the top favorites, Pavel Sovinsky. And we had this very curious King's Indian approach from white. Let's see how her psychological uh, idea did work. So black, after some consideration, decided not to come up with anything super inventive and went for the main King's Indian idea with e5. And after d5, knight a6. This is quite common, of course. h3. Now the difference between the classical King's Indian lines is with this position is that black did give up the white squared bishop. So now it's going to be a little bit of a different game. The typical plans with mating attack on the king side may not be so effective anymore, but black still insists on going for the main idea in King's Indians. Interesting. Meanwhile, it seems that also time-wise, black already managed to recover from the initial shock, the opening, and now is ahead of time, ahead of his opponent actually, in time department. What do you think? Did now is White who is surprised by the development, or is it just maybe she's thinking how to proceed here?
I wouldn't say surprised. I think she just kind of her preparation ended up, for example, and now she has to figure out some plans, what to do next. Yeah, but definitely should be careful about the time as we mentioned before. But I mean, this position is pretty interesting. It's good for both sides, so yeah. I mean, I would play it for probably for black, but I don't know. What
I
do you
would,
think?
yeah, I would definitely go for black here, but it's not maybe. I mentioned this yesterday when we were commenting on the girls' games in I think under 14 category when where one of the typical Kings Indians appeared at the board, and I used to play Kings Indian for quite a big part of my chess
Oh
career
yeah,
with
actually,
black.
yeah.
Yeah, I did like the lines. And we can see, meanwhile, we were discussing which side we would pick. Uh, G4 appeared at the board very quickly. Black went
Oh,
for
the
G5.
G5. Yeah.
Interestingly, he didn't really either. He did expect G4, or it's a kind of a psychological game from Black now that he's kind of showing his opponent that oh g4 obviously I did expect this. What else would you play? And g5 of course I did really think that this is the best. Um, I have to correct my statement now regarding the sides. I did like the position just before g4, g5 for black, but now I don't anymore because I would believe that this last two moves favor white. Because the main problem of white in this position is his king safety or her king safety in this case, and here I think that the problema is solved in this department because well, black doesn't really have many options how to open up the king side anymore.
And what do you think about H5?
H5, but H5 is still not the end of the story. So what black needs to do is to go H5, of course, then try to take on G4 probably and put some pressure on G4. White can parry this by just after H5 going something like Queen E2. I did consider playing something like King G2 here, but somehow I feel I don't know how yet, but I feel that if once knight appears on h4, it can be a problem. The truth is that the guy on a6 is like maybe you can't find a worse place in order to get to h4 for Black Knight, and the other one is also not very close to it, so it takes quite some time to get to h4. But maybe White doesn't even need King g2 here. He just may concentrate, or she may just concentrate or keeping g4 safe, for instance, going like Queen e2, some prophylactics, and then concentrate on developing some attack on queen side.
So if I understand correctly, you don't think g5 is a good move for black?
I do believe that if Black had, uh, obviously he didn't like the idea of taking on g3, but I would still feel that this was a way to proceed because g4, I mean g4, g5, generally not even g5, but in general, if White is able to block the situation on king side, it should be favoring White. So
And what
yeah,
would you recommend instead of so taking on g3, right?
yeah, I would feel that FG3 would be the way to proceed here. I can say that I'm completely sure about this, but is this well, I would feel that this would be the right way. Maybe Queen D7, try to double the rooks and to bring the rook to F7, and the other one to F8, and then to try. I mean, knight on A6 is still misplaced pretty much, but at least I would try to develop some play here because once the bishop goes to g2, knight h5 ideas become available. I don't know. I don't like. I mean, I wouldn't let white to go g4 for free. So that's why. I may be wrong, of course, but still, I would think that. This is this last two move or the last move from both sides does favor white and increases her chances. So this one got an interesting development. And on board two, Bruno Topenchik of Czech Republic, we had this position shortly after the opening, or just still in the opening actually, when both sides were making up their plans to how to develop, and we got a very classical setup. Actually, this is a hedgehog from with opposite colors. Usually, we have this with black, but the structure is quite typical, and I think that plans of sides remain very similar, despite having opposite colors. So this can arise from Sicilian. We may see something like this in one of the girls' game, if I remember correctly, when White decided to change the structure with going to d4. But we, of course, will check on that game as well. Uh, Here, I would think that both sides partly can be happy. White is an rating underdog in this game, so he has a solid position with there are no weaknesses, little passive, but on the other hand, uh, Black doesn't have any direct plan which would be dangerous for White, so may we'll have to take care of the d3 pawn at the moment, but the issue is easily solved by either knight e1 or rook d1. Not sure which one is better. Maybe knight e1 is actually even more precise because then White has some ideas with bishop f3 and brings the bishop to more active position. So I would expect knight e1 to happen. Maybe okay. Can e4 be possible here? Maybe this is the only concern. Of whites here.
Well, it actually looks like it can be. Hmm?
Um, Oh, but maybe this is not such a big deal anyway, because bishop takes f6, I can insert first. I go ed3 here. No, but this should be also solvable by this. And if queen takes f6, then rook cd1. Even this is playable for white, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, looks okay. So
Yeah. So maybe knight e1 is fine. So the position is quite okay for white. Black is also quite happy, I guess, but still they are even more or less even on time. So there it's still a lot to happen in this game. Let's check if in Czeslaw Stefanovic game we got any further. Oh, this was this interesting Benoni, where we had this queen h4 check, and white did indeed to take some time here in order to maybe remember or to be sure what he is doing here. And c4, interesting sacrifice. Black probably was not very happy with space which he has for his pieces, so he decided to sacrifice a pawn for a good square for the knight, which is an interesting decision. For a long-term positional compensation, well, there is one more compensation which we can mention, that it took White a lot of time uh, to make up his mind how to play this position. So he is already in kind of a time trouble. 24 minutes only.
I
And
mean, yeah, there's 45-minute difference. That's a huge difference, not just in this time control, like in general. Yeah.
of course, on the other hand, White has an extra pawn, so he has something to
Yeah.
suffer for. But I guess that Black can have some compensation here. I definitely would consider some things like b5 here as well. And yeah, well, White there is no direct way, or at least I don't see any direct way for Black to increase the pressure. But many ideas which he can consider. Also, knight b6, for example, aiming for c4. Very interesting position. I like Black. I don't see anything concrete, frankly. I don't see anything which would support my my feeling, but I somehow I feel a big potential in Black's position, plus in White's time management. So, from practical point of view, it seems that an underdog can be quite happy with the events at the moment. So now he will definitely invest some of his big chunk of time to come up with the most unpleasant solution for White. So maybe c4 was very interesting from practical point of view. It definitely got a justification in White's time management. So let's see if it's gonna be an important factor as we do think. All right, let's move to the other categories. We have to mention one unpleasant thing, which was an issue we had yesterday with under 18 girls categories. We know that lots of you would like to see the games there, but unfortunately, we still have the same issue as yesterday. From some reason, for our live stream, first 12 boards, the whole 12 boards disappear, and we don't have an access to them, so we don't really know what's going on there. We do believe that it's supposedly they should be on the live stream for or delayed live stream, but we don't get the boards here, and we of course obviously cannot really commentate on that. We do hope that the issue will be solved. It's the only category which has this problem, and hopefully we will get to that in the following days or maybe later today. So let's check the girls under 14 category, and we have some interesting games here. Board 1, we see lots of pawn conflicts. The opening phase went pretty slowly. So there was this anti-Berlin and h6, knight f1, bishop e6, knight f1, knight h7. One of the common plans for black, making a way for black pawn to f5, or also the knight may come to g5 with preferable for black exchanges. So white reacted by pushing the pawn to d4 in the center, creating direct threats. So which black had to parry by either d5 or moving the bishop to g4. Taking on c6 and knight e3, asking the bishop if he wants to stay on the board or go to h5. And some exchanges did happen quite quickly, and white immediately just hit the pawn on c6. Black is not really interested in defending it and relies on g4, because now the only square where white knight can move is d2, and that would cost them a d4 pawn. So instead, white decided to indirectly protect it, or just to hit the black queen by going e5, which looks quite logical.
Yeah, I mean, it looks really interesting for white. He has so much more space. His pieces are much more developed than black ones. So, I mean, yeah, it looks really nice.
Yeah, but also it's actually a very sharp position, so probably black can do something like this.
But now I have the square on h4, right?
True,
Maybe.
but my idea was actually g3 here. And maybe white shall not be very afraid of this. Be queen c1 looks good, and g takes f2, king takes f2. Is the queen on h6 is not very well placed, and I guess that exchanging the queens is not in black's plan here. So then white will just end up with pawn up at the end. So it seems that white did calculate better here. Of course, there are some other moves with the queen, but again, for example, queen f4 with similar ideas would run probably into queen d2, which is a nice motive, I guess, to get rid of the problems. And well, there are some other queen moves, but none of them look very impressive to me. So it looks like white has evaluated consequences of this g4 motive better than black. So let's move to board 2 then. And here we have a very positional game. We did expect that this is going to be longish, and of course the way how white did choose the opening is suggesting that she is not against the positional games. So knight e7 happened. Black wants to bring the knight to f5 immediately, And we can see that white is not very happy about that. So g4 very quickly. Both actually I have to say that both players played very quickly here. Like to play g4 and spend hardly any time on that. Either there was again a very impressive prep from white, because pawn moves are the ones which you have to be very careful about. It's also very committing, but maybe just white was very confident in what she's doing.
Yeah, I mean G4 doesn't look like the classical move you have in your preparation, so I don't
On
know,
the other
but
hand, it also doesn't look like a move you will make after 2 minutes of
yeah,
thinking. And
exactly.
so it should be some similar idea which employed, or maybe exactly this position. So interesting. I mean, I would not expect that the reasoning behind g4 was that, oh, she wants to go to f5, let's not allow this. I mean, it would be too much of a prophylactical approach with such a move. But everything is possible, of course. And now we can see that white is not afraid of any ghosts on king side. Just well, we push g4, doesn't matter, so we can castle there, whatever. Uh, Black did go for h5 and blocking the position. So now we have some kind of a very strange stone wall structure. And rook f3, this is a bit mysterious actually to me.
Well, actually, the rook ended up on h3, so
No, I understand the idea is that on the long term, like knight f2, rook h3, and rook takes h5, but black will bring the knight to f5. This is exactly what I thought will happen. And giving up the bishop, well, she insists on going for an attack still. I mean, knight is going for h5, but it seems that the black is not impressed, and in white's white to sacrifice the knight on h5. So the point is that if this happens, and after queen takes h5, knight g6 is probably the move which is keeping the position under black's control, because h8 is a crucial square, and then the king is gonna start running. Instead, white decided to bring the other knight to wood square, and knight e6. Oh, this is risky. I mean, I have to say that I don't. Looking back, I don't like b5 here. Black's b5 seem to be like ignoring white's ideas. Maybe I would go rook e8 rather, and probably if white does the same, let's say what she did, like bringing the knight to g3, I would maybe feel safer if I put the bishop to g7.
maybe it depends if white actually has something specific in there, or is just bluffing for now and hoping for some positive outcome. I
I don't
mean,
know. With black, I would be actually concerned, and mm, I got mated quite a few times when I wasn't careful enough, and I thought, okay, well, it can be again, nothing can be there, and my opponent proved me wrong quite a few times. So here, actually, what happened in the game, I'm not completely sure that knight takes h5 doesn't really work here. I mean, it would be a positional sacrifice. Okay, black's only way how not to get mated immediately is king f8, right?
mm-hmm.
And now, well, I mean here, you see knight e5 can be
Yeah,
an
it looks
idea.
interesting.
This looks very tempting for white, actually. I mean, in the worst case, if I really want to become materialistic, I can do this and collect another pawn. with an idea of rook h7 coming up.
Also, the pawn on f7 is hanging,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, f7 and d5 are hanging. This is one idea. Another one is actually just to play slowly, to go bishop d2 and to have an idea of rook c1 in order to keep the king in the center. I have to say that it seems that black was a bit too careless with this.
I
Uh,
actually liked your suggestion with the knight e5. Feels really nice because black cannot really exchange the bishop for the knight because the black squares would be really, really weak. So I
mhm.
mean, knight e5 feels really great.
Actually, yeah, I also like knight d5, but maybe I have to say that I like bishop d2 even little more. You know why is that? Actually, knight d5, bishop d2 is a move which keeps all the threats alive. I think that knight d5 can. I'm not sure how can black improve the position. Uh, uh, I'd say
But he should
significant.
probably start with a5, right? To secure the b4 square,
Yeah, and
just to
then
be
I can
sure.
consider maybe then I can consider 95. But also rook c1 looks quite nice, for instance. Just bringing another piece to a game, and I feel that the white's compensation is more than enough here. It looks like that black is really playing with fire here, and we can come here shortly, of course. 96 now, and white also one thing which I'm relying on your expertise, but there is also one aspect which we didn't mention, and that's a half an hour of difference between
Oh,
the players. So it seems that black is also concerned a bit, of course, about this, and that's why it took her some time um, to consider how to protect here. Maybe knight e6 is kind of a semi bluff, hoping that white is not gonna go for knight h5. But
but I mean, with the rook on h3, you don't really have a choice because if you're not gonna take on h5, then you're gonna ask yourself like, what am I doing? Why is there a rook on h3? So
yeah, this explanation looks perfectly logical, but I have a feeling that chess players are not always acting logically at all during the games. So it happened to me so many times in my games that I would ask myself afterwards, looking through the game, and say, like, okay, but you did all this, and then you suddenly changed your mind and did something else. So yes, I agree completely that everything what White did um, till now is aimed to play knight. I mean, to sacrifice on h5 one way or another. So yeah, it makes perfect sense here to play knight takes h5, I guess.
yeah, we'll see. This is gonna be pretty interesting. But in the meantime, the game on third board already ended,
Yes, this I wanted to
unfortunately.
mention. So I wanted to go there. Actually, we left the game of Kesariam Heladze and against Tamay Jakubše shortly after the opening, and it seems that something went wrong quite quickly for Black here. Um it, it seems that Queen E8 is not the best move here after all, although Black did play it quite quickly, like most likely almost immediately. And after knight d3, bishop d4, we assume that bishop d4 is going to happen, or maybe we did even this. And e5 was played. Black did react with knight d5 here, and after knight takes d5, cd5, knight e1 was played. And black here reacted with c5, which well, after the game's finished, then the computer evaluation appears immediately, so we can see that our engine doesn't really like c5. And after c3, uh, bishop a6, black has decided to give up the beautiful two bishops for a rook, but I doesn't seem there is a good compensation for this, and it seems that White quite comfortably won this end game because there was actually, yeah, well, this was a very quick finish. A very unfortunate game for Jakub Sche, but this can happen. We mentioned this as this is a very sharp line, and the Janish is one of the sharpest openings or opening variations against Rui Lopez. So of course, there you have to be extremely cautious with what you do, and if you mix up something, it may end up also quite tragically. So, well, hopefully, this at least I always try to find something positive in everything. So, at least it was not a long game. So, hopefully. I think that she faced a very strong opponent, which was well prepared. So I guess that this can be a good lesson, of course, and hopefully she is gonna recover from this quickly, and we see her soon on the top boards again. So, of course, I, I could answer this question myself. That it happened to me numerous times. Did it happen to you that that you would mix up something in the opening prep and end up on the losing side quite quickly?
Yeah, obviously, many times. Like, I never really was the type to learn long lines and to memorize everything. So that's why I play the English opening. But I mean, yeah, there's many times when I was really little. I don't remember what age exactly. Like, I've played E4 for my whole life, and my coach prepared D4 for me, and I was preparing for it the whole morning. And then I came to the game and played E4 instantly, and it was like, okay, that's where my preparation ended. So yeah, it happened many times, but I mean, it belongs to this this world, the chess world, that you sometimes just don't remember what you were supposed to. So
Yeah, well, this is from different reasons, of course. When it's if your repertoire is built on some risky lines or some lines which require very good memory, then of course these things can happen. It happened to me numerous times as well when I forgot or mixed up my prep or just couldn't really remember what was in. Written in my files or what was my prep that of course is extremely dangerous when you play a sharp line, of course in the positional line like English opening, or let's say something which we saw on board two. It you Nothing can go really wrong from the opening so much. So this is maybe one of the ways how to treat openings sometimes, of course. But yeah, no risk, no champagne. So of course, at some point, this is becoming an issue. You have to wait up which situation you use the risky opening. So let's take a look how things are developing in under 16 girls section, and here we see some very interesting development in at the first board where Emma Dopsa is playing Alexandra Shvedova. We did leave the game somewhere around here. We did expect Rook B1 to happen, and it did happen. A5, Blake was not concerned by losing a tempo in the opening, and one white went for a typical plan of knight e1, knight c2. But we can see that Black also had an interesting and creative idea in mind, putting the knight to b3, putting a stop to b4. I actually think that maybe b4 could have happened here. Maybe white shouldn't have allowed knight b3, although I don't feel that's such a big deal. But she did want to keep her bishop on the board. So went to h4. Black did finish the development. Knight return to d4. But maybe this was not a very fortunate decision to go bishop g4 now, because it
I mean,
seems that yes,
no, continue. Sorry. I
yeah,
was like, yeah, well,
uh,
the bishop is usually in the English opening, obviously on g2, so you don't really have any problems with it. You don't have to
mhm.
deal with it, and on e2 it's not really well placed, to be honest. I don't know.
Yeah, I can agree. I mean, here also I see that there is a direct problem with other bishop. Actually, you can. I mean, bishop g4 positionally is a logical move, but I'm afraid that it doesn't really work tactically because the other bishop is in problems here. And what happened next is just confirming the problem. After h5, suddenly the h4 bishop is trapped. And white, maybe she did rely on knight takes g4, but it's actually very similar. Black can make this ugly move g5, but this ugly move brings them quite a successful outcome, winning a piece. So maybe bishop g4 seems to be a blunder, or well, definitely an inaccurate approach to the position.
Yeah,
The
maybe
bishop,
h3 would have been better solution to this problem, to just create a space for the black squared
yeah,
bishop. And
yeah, I agree. I mean, bishop g4, it does look natural. White wants to get rid of this bishop, but not at all costs. And it seems that black did feel that there is no problem in taking this piece for free. And actually, it's not only that white is missing a piece, but also black pieces are extremely active. Yeah, this seems like bad news for Emma, because I don't see any compensation for the piece, and it seems that black is on course to win this game. Of course, there are still some technical things uh, to do, but also white is down to 20 minutes, even less than 20 minutes here. So I'm afraid there are not so many chances to survive for her. So let's move to board two, which we left in very early stages when black faced this preparation of white. This is definitely the case. But after g5, also white was not completely sure how to proceed, so it took some time, and she came up with a positional approach. I suggested something like h4, but this is also possible, of course, bringing the knight to f5, or at least to e3, where it would be aiming for d5 and f5. So e3 would be a very nice square. Black decided to restrict the white knight, but white insisted and offered an exchange of d5 and f6 knights, trying to get the knight to e3 at any cost, actually. Um, and here she may have reconsidered a bit, because the knight on c4 is actually also very well placed. And this looks like a very comfortable position for white.
do you think
Now,
rook c5 is a good move? I don't know, it feels kind of weird, I would say. No, what is
um,
the?
okay,
I
in the
don't know.
worst case, white can go knight e3, right?
I was thinking more about bishop e3. Like,
Yeah, but bishop b3, I think that it may be partly what black wants. I think that black is going to sacrifice an exchange here.
okay, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that if white takes on d5, knight takes d5, actually suddenly all the black pieces they come into play. Bishop on b7 immediately, and the knight is actually very active here, and can jump in all the directions. This doesn't look so bad actually for black. So maybe I would, as white, I would try to avoid this and to come up with something more positional. Um, well, knight e3 is definitely one of the possibilities. And also, maybe even this can be working well, but maybe not taking the rook now.
Queen f3 maybe.
Yeah, something like queen f3 came to my mind. And the threat is now knight b6, I guess.
Yeah.
This can be actually unpleasant for black. Trying to come up with something else for black. Can this be working? I don't believe it, but I mean, I don't believe this at all. No, but even this should be great
Yeah.
for white. Yes, even this. I mean, maybe inserting bishop c6 check this, and probably just rook d1.
Well, you can also just take at first, right?
Maybe
Because
on d6 even, yeah. Yeah, maybe I can take on d6 as well first, and then after king e6, just take on d1. Yeah, this
yeah.
looks horrible for black. Yeah, it seems that bishop e3 would be also, yeah. Queen f3 looks pretty strong here. I mean, queen e2 may also be quite good because at first I saw that black has some motive like this, but there is also a problem that d6 is hanging as well. So
So
yeah,
maybe
I mean,
go for rook b5 or something after
rook
queen
b5
e2.
after queen e2, you mean, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Rook b5, yeah. This is a nice trick, but I'm afraid that this would be created by maybe this and bishop b6.
Yeah. Okay. It
This
looks
is, I mean,
okay.
what black pieces are. It's a big problem for black, of course, is a lack of development because I mean, knight on e7, bishop on f8. They are not very happy pieces at the moment, and also d6 pawn is always hanging once the pawn from d5 disappears. It seems that after bishop e3, actually, black's position is just very bad. And all right, now White is going to take her time, of course, because she has 40 minutes against 21 on Black side, and I guess that Bishop she will just calculate the consequences of Bishop e3 and most likely come to a conclusion that it's a way to proceed. On board 3, we had a change of structure after d4 and cd4, knight takes d4. And black indeed went for a typical Maroczy setup. And white decided to move the knight immediately in order not to calculate stuff like knight takes e4 in future. Black played rook c8, logical move b3, a6, bishop b2, and queen a5, quite typical for this line. Queen d2 and queen h5. There is quite a common way to proceed with black. Knight e3 was followed by bishop h3, and here white decided to go for f3, having in mind that maybe g4 can be an idea in the future. And Blake decided to go for direct play, but I don't believe in black's play here. I have to admit, after knight g4, well, what happens if I go? I'm very tempted to do something like this.
Well, yeah, it looks okay probably. I mean, like it looks like black has some advantages, some attack on the king side, but actually I don't see anything specific. So after knight d5, it looks okay for white.
Yeah, this is of course virtually it looks extremely dangerous for white, right? Because there are some threats on h2 probably, and the pieces are they are accumulated on the king side. But on the other hand, there are no direct threats. The queen on d2 is extremely important to cover the second rank. We well, sometimes I happen to play a King's Indian with G3 with white as well. So it's quite typical there. Also, there are some lines when on H5 there is a rook, the black rook, which appears there. And still, I wouldn't overrate the danger of black's attack in general. So I kind of course, it looks extremely dangerous, but on the other hand, white also has many defensive motifs, and also all her pieces are placed quite, I would say, quite harmonically because we have rooks in the center. Everything is in the center. We control most of the important squares in the center. So, I mean, I would think that black is in trouble actually here after knight d5.
So what would you suggest for black to just take on d5 probably, right? Or
I mean, if you take on d5, there is an additional issue for for black because diagonal becomes also some kind of a problem. So probably a take and rook e8 looks to be the most logical way.
yeah, but it still seems a little bit weird. Like the pieces are not very well placed. The queen has like no moves, so it's
I
a
mean, in
bit
the worst case,
strange.
if white is very afraid of everything, so we can just exchange the pieces and we still maintain a very nice position.
Yeah, but I mean, you probably want to keep the queens, right? Because the queen on h5, even though it looks like it's pretty active and has some, attacking potential, I mean, it has no moves whatsoever. And actually, the diagonal, the a1, h8 diagonal looks much more dangerous, I would say.
This is probably a kind of a generation, generational discussion because, of course, I agree with you that the diagonal is like looks tempting for white to use it because then we would need a queen. On the other hand, even in the end game, it's obvious that white is going to be slightly better. And of course, I know that the young players are much more active, or let's say they prefer some dynamics. They prefer active play. I can say that I don't like it. I mean, I don't. I also really like dynamics and calculation and everything around this. On the other hand, actually, as a line which I suggested is probably just showing that white is so much better that even if we do something which doesn't seem to be necessary, that we will have a very nice position anyway. And it's safe actually for white. There's no way to
Yeah,
blunder
you're right.
anything
Yeah.
in the end game. So I mean, of course, no, I would probably not go for this with white. I would feel that there is more potential in this, but I wouldn't automatically discard this option from the consideration. So yeah, I don't know. I feel that white is quite happy here. So we can see if because definitely something happened here, and knight cd5 is on the board. There is one thing which is playing in black's favor, and
And that
that's
is
the
time. Yeah.
time. Yes, and here I mean 15. We made 18 moves only, and black is down to white is down to 16 minutes. That's uh, that's not much. I would be if I would be playing with what I mean 16 minutes, I would become nervous already here.
Maybe
But still,
also because of that would be the line you suggested the best option to go for
yes.
something non-dynamic and just something where you can play logical basic moves.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Well, because there the probabilities that you blunder something is much lower. It's kind of a safe way. Maybe, of course, it may give up some part of an advantage, but it still keeps a safe position, and I would definitely consider it. All right, so we can move to the next category, and it's on the 16 open section. And here we had a very interesting position on board one, where Axel Qualoy was playing this position after knight e2, b6. We did predict some time trouble coming soon here. Let's see if we were right. And queen f4, bishop b7, queen c7. Okay, queen is very active, very. I would say very unpleasant for black. I mean, first it appeared on g7, now it did come here, just always like around the king and trying to come closer. And bishop a6, knight f4. White is not concerned by exchanging the bishops, and black inserted rook c8 first. Seems that castle is not an issue anymore for black. That the question where the king is gonna remain is quite clear now. And exchange on d4 and queen a4. We can see that that black is relying a lot on white square strategy. Queen a4 is a good tempo. Of course, forces white to lose time. And the rook c6 here. Oh wow!
And what do you think about taking on d4 with a rook instead of with a c pawn?
Yeah, it's interesting. Actually, yes, I actually did consider this for a second, but I wasn't sure what would happen after e5 if I'm not
Oh, okay, I
e5.
missed that.
No,
Sorry.
it's knight d5.
Yeah,
No, you're right. Knight d5. Yes, it's e7 is more
or
important
maybe
than the rook.
even rook d5 may work, right?
Rook
Oh,
d5.
there's
Yeah, rook
queen
d5
c5
maybe as
probably.
well. Yeah, e5 is not really great. But the problem with this is that you are now stuck with these pawns for a while,
I mean,
for
I'm
sure.
gonna try to mate black, so I don't think the pawn structure is the
But you
problem.
already know that I'm
Yeah.
an older guy, so I'm gonna do something like this. So I'm gonna try to get rid of the queens as soon as possible, and it's not very. I don't think that it will be possible for white to avoid this.
Yeah,
And after an
unfortunately.
exchange, maybe it's not so dangerous anymore.
Yeah.
But CD4, I actually am not too happy with CD4 either. And
Well, mainly because the c2 is right now quite quite weak, I would say, and white has to take care of it. So
there is a tempting option for black here to play e3, because of course f takes e3, knight e4 is not so great for white here. But maybe a white can do rook e2 here. And I first thought that knight e4 is unpleasant, but after queen b4, actually the knight on e4 is not really threatening to take here. So it's white is surviving here, and the black has decided not to do anything direct, and just to force white to change to exchange the queens. Do we need to go d5 now? I mean, I'm a bit afraid with white that next move of blacks will be knight d5, completely blocking uh, my play. Or as another option is, let's say, play something. I don't know. I need to protect this pawn, right? Somehow. Well, c3 does look too ugly to be true. I have an idea by black to play rook g4, and after g3 sacrifice exchange here, and I need to make some move here. Okay, let's say if c3 would make it even worse for white, but let's just for the sake of demonstration take a look at this. This can be quite interesting for black as well.
Yeah, the white pieces are so passive. Like
Bishop
the
is not
rooks are
good, yeah.
horrible, bishop is horrible. Yeah.
Maybe it's also unnecessary to do this for black. I mean, simple knight d5 can be also good enough. Well, it seems that positionally white is in trouble here, and the risky strategy from the opening didn't really work out so well. At least it looks so at the moment. And yeah, we may have an upset here if things continue logically. So let's check the board too. Here we had the position in the opening where we mentioned that black is much slower here. He did do seemingly the right moves, but it's on the other hand, it did cost him a lot of time. Let's see if he did speed up a bit.
Well,
DC5.
as I can see, the time difference is still there, so it doesn't
Yeah,
look
we
any.
can. Yeah, we shall see what's going on at the moment, but we just take a quick look at DC5 is an interesting way of actually white decided to go for a forced line with C6, nice intermezzo, and black also decided to go for something more creative, and we ended up in something which is not very pleasant for black usually. Oh, but d4. I mean, did white miss d4? Because somehow I feel that white can pile up some pressure here. It's definitely a slightly better position for white. Maybe just h4. I see no reason why. Why not? And try to concentrate on this pawn, and things may not be very pleasant for black. But maybe also the time difference here played some role because it seems that white. I would feel that white underestimated this. Because now suddenly black got rid of his biggest problem, the d pawn, and also his pieces became suddenly very active.
Yeah, it looks like what missed the d4 completely because now it looks like all the black's problems are solved. So
Yeah, on the other hand, I wouldn't say that black is better here, but of course, couple of decisions like this by white and black may indeed become better, because now suddenly the bishop on d4 is quite annoying, and white has to deal with this. Maybe in the worst case, decide to do something like rook e2. It should still be balanced. I don't really think that the black has done so well, but yeah, at least he is out of trouble, I think. And board 3, we had the endgame, which we predicted to develop very slowly. And after bishop g3, rook e1, black has decided to go for an expansion on the queen side, maybe partly from the prophylactical purposes, because c4 was an issue at some moments for black, and white did block the b pawn by going b4. Perhaps the idea is to bring the knight to c5, and yes, exactly, this was the way how white decided to continue. Okay, now we are getting to some kind of action, and Black did start some stuff in the center, but I'm afraid that his pieces are not really ready for that. It does seem that White is gonna be very quick in attacking all the weak squares. Not sure what was Black's idea here.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to play something when your pieces are absolutely undeveloped. So with rook on a8 and bishop on c8, it's really hard to come up with some good ideas, you know?
I don't really want to be critical about e5 in general, but yeah, it seems that the Black pieces are not really ready for this. But okay, let's see. Maybe Black comes up with something we didn't really see. D4, an interesting try to complicate matters, because DC3 and bishop b4, Black has some idea like this.
Maybe just play a3 to secure the b4 square and just
Yes, that's
wait.
good. Yeah, but somehow if I just do a3 and d takes c3, king takes c3, and let's say can I go e takes f4,
I would
maybe
go for
bishop takes.
or maybe bishop e4 before that.
Insert bishop e4. Yes. I want you to go. I have to go bishop b7 somehow.
And now knight f3 maybe.
Knight f3. Oh no, sorry, not here. To go here.
And
Well, my idea is that if you have
yeah, okay.
rook d7, knight
Yeah.
e7, but maybe you don't. I mean, it's not like end of the world, but at least Black is not losing anything.
So
But
I
maybe
can play it with that. Maybe just go
king
king
b2, for
b2 probably. I mean,
oh
this looks pretty interesting
yeah, this
because
looks
the
very. Yeah,
f4 pawn is still hanging. And
this rook is misplaced, obviously. So yeah, but I agree. I agree that White maybe can go even for a3. Um, and may calculate some things like similarly like knight e4, for instance, dc3, knight takes e3. This is also one of the possibilities, but I like a3. I have to say, yes, a3 looks like, especially with Black's 14 minutes on the clock, a3 looks like sometimes you um, don't really need to force matters. You just can keep the good position on, and your opponent is obviously in this situation. Your opponent is struggling with his worst position, so you just add up some misery to his life just by doing some slow things. Another idea for Black maybe is just to try to get rid of this pawns by a5.
yeah, I mean, that was the only thing that I didn't really like about a3 already. You can play it also before the d takes c3. I
Yeah,
mean,
to start with a5, right?
yeah, well, maybe taken is better. I don't know, but yeah, this is the only problem
Yeah,
I see with
similar, yeah.
a3.
All right. In any case, d4 looks like best try to proceed. We can check quickly what happened here. And White did cd4. But this is okay. The idea is that after knight takes b4, we have bishop e4 intermezzo, and then we collect on e5. So he would have to settle for something like ed4, I guess.
That also looks pretty solid. So I mean, yeah, I would say what has any problems because like his pieces are developed and his king is safe basically. So
Yes, this is definitely what Black is fighting for. for his life here, and has only something more than 13 minutes to solve all his problems. So also here it seems that the rating favorite is at the moment on the brighter side of the board. So let's shortly check. Fortunately, no change in under 18 girls category. So we go to the open section where the game on board one did escalate a lot after we left them. So after bishop takes e4, d takes. Actually, our line happened queen e1, and black went for f5. The move which I wasn't sure about because knight takes e5, I think I didn't like, but white decided to go for knight g5, queen f6, knight takes e4, takes e4, and queen takes f4 and castle long. So white managed to actually get the pawn back with slight advantage, I'm sure. The bishop is slightly better, and the pawn structure is not what black could be proud of. So c6 was a threat, so black had decided to solve this by, oh, queen c1, such a way to show your opponent that you are not willing to change the queens almost by any cost. And he goes for opening the lines, but black is not afraid. And it seems that he calculated his. Wow, this is interesting. It seems like extremely dangerous for black, right? I mean, all the files open, uh, mating threads hanging all around, but rook a5. Why didn't find anything better than this? Because this allows an exchange, and this already is a draw if potential is extremely high here, because well, white still may claim that he's slightly better, but winning only on one weakness, which is also not very easy to get to. I think black just can do bishop d6. Or I would say, if I would be very strict, I would just say that this is a draw.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's what black was going for, just getting rid of all the tension. And yeah, but I don't know if white had anything more than that. What do you think?
Hard to say. It looked very spectacular. In actually, this looks extremely dangerous for black. But I have to say that on the first sight, I don't see how to. I mean, Queen B1 looks good because now the exchange is not possible because of the Bishop B6 ideas. But Queen Rook D3 and right, it may happen that this is just nothing here. It would be quite incredible, but yeah, well, lots of incredible things happen. And in any case, White didn't find anything special, and we ended up in an endgame, which is, from my point of view, is heading towards the draw, which would be a minor upset. I think that White was definitely a rating favorite in this game, plus with white pieces. Let's see if there is any upset rising up on board two, because here we rook a b8. This is nice to see. Not sure if it was good, but
Well, it wasn't followed by Queen A4, so and that was the only problem we saw. So then it probably is good.
yeah, probably rook a b8 is slightly more accurate because of this. And white didn't go for queen a4. He did bishop b3 and prepared d4. All right. I changed the structure a little bit. Can say that I'm very convinced why rook should have been on e3 in that case. But maybe he just reconsidered and had second thoughts about the plan. And black has regrouped his pieces. Some exchanges happened. Yeah, well, we ended up in a pretty symmetrical position when black is trying to bring the bishop to e6 in order to harass the queen, but I have a feeling that this is also close to equality somehow. I don't even think that bishop e6 is a big issue for white. Yeah, queen f4, queen d6 is actually one of the plans which I wanted to suggest. In truth, I wanted to wait for bishop e6 and then wanted to go queen f4, but of course I can afford being patient here or to suggest stuff. But if we can take a look at time management, and it's obvious that white doesn't have that comfort to consider his options for too long, because he's under 11 minutes till the end of the game, and he knows that his opponent most likely will try to push him on time as well. So queen f4 was played rather quickly. Now, of course, the bishop on f6 is pinned and uh, doesn't have any suitable place to go like perfectly to e7, but it's the square is not available there. Bishop e6. Now I think white can equalize by queen d6 here. Yeah, we
Yeah,
can.
it looks like the position is heading towards draw. The only problem is white is also heading towards some time problems. So we'll see what will be the ending factor.
But I guess the position, I wouldn't be so concerned about time here, because it does seem that the position is pretty simple, and white will not necessarily experience any big time problems or any danger of blundering something. So the only thing I would will consider would be playing b4 at some point, just in order to not to think about c5 ideas. But b4 now maybe is inaccurate, because black would move the rook and then the queen exchange would become impossible. I think I would start with queen d6 first, exchanging the queens, and then to go back to g3, and only afterwards to go b4. So at some point, I think white is extremely solid. There are no weaknesses in his position. So we see that first two boards in under 18 open category are looking like quite drawish at the moment. What about board 3? Did any of players manage to do something with the position which was unbalanced? We did see the position after knight a2 and knight b4, d5 happened, and this is quite a logical way how the game would continue. White has a pair of bishops, obviously, that would prefer him by normal means, but black managed to swap queens, and the bishop went to, well, I'm not sure about a5. A5 looks a bit premature. I would probably consider going something like bishop f1, because I don't feel that bishop has any big business here anymore. And actually the maneuver of bishop e2 and bishop a6, it would probably concern me a bit with white, so I want to restrict it. Well, it seems that Jan Malek didn't really mind about he did consider this to be okay anyway. But now I don't see any way how to break through here. Do you?
I mean, no, to be honest. Like, oh, just the game on the first word just ended. Can I
Okay,
have a
let's
look at
let's
it
check there.
later on?
Yes, so let's take a quick look there. One of the rating favorites as well, Diego Macias Pino from Spain, playing Eric Gasparian from Armenia. And let's see quickly what happened here. It started off like a very typical Rui Lopez, but somehow it seems that 98 probably was not done in proper time, because I don't think that black usually allows this bishop on b5, because this is giving white a very nice edge here. I mean, the pawn on c4, we can see that it can be falling quickly. I mean, white did really concentrate on the c4 pawn. I think that there are no more pieces what they could bring to in order to increase the pressure, and and the pressure paid off, and he gained that pawn, and then actually the whole position really falls apart from black side, and it seems that generally black's problem did start at the beginning of the game when he did oh, this is a bit unpleasant, of course, for black. Black's problems did start in the opening, I would say, when he did allow did allow white to take on b5 without having a possibility to take back with the pawn. One game we didn't cover yet, but I would like to stop by there. Maybe even two of them. It's local favorite Richard Stalmach, who is one of the top seeds also in under 18 open category. He is also on 2 out of 2. So let's see how he is doing against Leandros Lagbom from Netherlands. And we see a very tense position where both sides are heading. Well, mainly Richard is heading towards the time trouble, I guess, and Black has some two unpleasant bishops. White has an active knight on g4, but now it seems that Black is silently suggesting a repetition, because we did have this position, and maybe he would, I mean, in case of queen f3, black would consider even rook f5. Also, d5 pawn is hanging a bit, so white will have to take care about this. But anyway, queen will have to move somewhere. But it seems that black is doing fine here. That have a comfortable position with a pair of bishops, and a good play. Maybe can consider taking on d5 at some point. And just next to them, there is another Czech player on 2 out of 2, facing Victor Garcia Fernandez from Spain. It's Stepan Herbeck with black pieces. Here we see much calmer position, where I would assume that it did arise from something like Queen's Gambit, and I would be wrong. Okay, this is a very modern, very popular line in, I think there's an unofficial name of Gukesh variation. This is one of the lines which are developing very quickly in the modern theory, but it did end up in something which is not so big of a fun. It looks like a regular Queen's Gambit outcome at some point. Interestingly enough, did black gave up a pawn here? I mean, the pin was maybe unbearable, so he needed to get rid of the pin, because otherwise white would maybe even consider going g4. So he didn't see any other options than to give up a pawn, and now he will be trying to survive in this position. But yeah, it seems that White is in full control, and his pieces are more active here, and just it will be very difficult for Black to hold this position, especially with pawn down. Stepan is also under 9 minutes on the clock. Although people who know him, they understand that this is not the biggest issue for him. He is quite famous for his time troubles. So here I would feel that the position is a bigger problem. Yeah, not sure. Yeah, Queen d5, at least trying to, well, pretending that the end game would be holdable for Black, but well, I'm not so convinced about this. But he is still, of course, is going to be fighting. So let's see if we finish the second round around the tour, the categories. I think we are in time for a next break. Thank you for being with us, and stay tuned for the continuation of our broadcast of the third round. welcome back to the third round of European Youth Championships in Prague. We go straight back to the action on board one of girls under 14 category, and it's Vera Vujovic with white against Evangelia Sisko of Greece. We did see the position after e5 when black was solving this small problem, which is which she did by playing queen f4, and queen d2 was played. This looked like a very logical continuation for white. And after queen takes d2, knight d2, rook b8, black is seeking a compensation on the open files or trying to develop the rook, of course. But objectively speaking, white should have a very good edge here. Not only it's an extra pawn, but also black the remaining black pawns are quite weak on the queen side, so she will be stuck to not only defending these pawns, but she will have no time to think about any active counterplay. Bishop on g6 is at the moment a bit misplaced. Maybe the way to activate it is by going f6 and bishop f7 quickly. That's probably what black should consider. On the other hand, after f6, rook e6, should e7, rook a6, for instance, she will have to consider this endgame. Still some chances for black, of course, because the pawn on d5 is on the white square and vulnerable to the black bishop. But of course, still it's fight for a draw from black side. I'm very curious, actually, what happened in the game on board 2. And as I see, knight takes h5 didn't happen here. What do you think, Lucia?
That's a bit sad. I was looking forward to see it.
Oh, but no, it's not true. Knight takes h5 did happen.
Oh, okay.
But black parried it with knight takes g5, the motive we didn't really see, or I didn't see it at least. And after, oh, well, actually, I did see this, but I thought that this is not working at all. And it seems that white did believe black here. And what I would, well, knight g3 looks logical, of course, but I would say that this is even stronger. I want this black squared bishop gone, actually, as soon as possible. And here, if I manage to block, I mean, to come with knight to f4, this guy is going to be one sad spectator till the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this looks pretty nice because after what we saw on knight g3, there's some motives with f4, which might be
I
really
think that she
interesting.
started with queen g4, and maybe that was a move she missed or maybe underestimated. And this is again in a way, I would probably consider knight g3 shortly, but this is probably again about a little generational thing that I would go for some safety, just get rid of black's attacking pieces because I'm material up. I'm not that greedy, and the knight g3. Well, maybe queen g4 was a move which she didn't really consider here because it's a nice move from black. I mean, queen takes G. The idea is that after queen takes g4, f takes g4, rook h4, bishop e7. Suddenly, this poor rook is completely strangled, and there is no way she can survive this. So instead, she played white played queen f1 and f4, and look at this. Suddenly, black pieces are playing and white knights are not very active anymore. Yeah, I think that rook g3 would have been a better solution on this. Knight h5. Uh, this looks like a blunder, actually, because after queen g5 check, white realized that knight g3 would just drop a rook on h3 with rook against two pieces. But rook g3, queen takes h5 doesn't look much better here for white. Yeah, I would say that this sequence of the game was not the best from white side, and instead of probably scoring a quick win, she did end up in the position where suddenly it's black's king, which is much safer now, and it's white's king actually, which is in trouble. His rook h8 probably coming next, and the queen on a4 misplaced. Clock is also not on her side. It's 5 minutes against 13, and definitely the psychological advantage is on black's side now. I think that black's idea at some point can also be bishop d7. Some tricks on this side as well, but mainly rook h8, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, White has to be feeling really bad after I'm sure she felt like she has an advantage and she was feeling confident and yeah, to end up like this, it's always a bit demotivating, I would say. So yeah, there's definitely psychological advantage on black side also. So
I guess that the position may still be playable for white. It may not be anything tragic yet, but exactly the fact you mentioned that psychologically it's extremely difficult to restart the game and kind of to get back to the game when you know that you were much better, maybe even winning, and suddenly to handle this situation. On the other hand, from black, actually, it's also very important to increase the pressure and to create problems to white in order to try to get the maximum out of this psychological memento. So it's of course we can feel sorry for white because she played a very good game and she tried to. Well, she actually her plan worked, but then at some point that she probably was too careless and didn't really see the black's counterplay, and suddenly the tables turned. Of course, the game is not over yet by no means, but I would feel that here black is already a big favorite to win. So board three we did see. So let's probably see if there were we see some other games finished already on board five. Uh, there was a game of Anna Sophie Lee from Denmark against Sona Karkashian, Armenian player who surprised a bit, I think, by winning one of the events before the start of the classical part. Truth is that the ratings of some participants do not really they don't always correspond with the playing strengths because simply because they didn't have enough options or enough possibilities to play in events to basically to show their strengths. So that may be one of the cases. We can take a look at board seven, which is still going on. It's one of the girls representing Czech Republic, Sofia Markina with black against Emily Alfano. And we see that here white has a material advantage and exchange up. Black has 2 pawns for that, but would feel that after exchanges here, actually after rook d8 check, for instance, here, it uh, should be winnable for white, but maybe still some technical problems, of course. All right, so we switch to under 14 open section, and we see that board one has concluded, and it's at the end of the day. Pavel Sovinsky did manage to win his game. Let's see how that happened. I was a bit pessimistic about Black's chances after g5. but white has decided to go for a different plan that I suggested. I actually didn't want to move the bishop at all, but okay, well, white had different opinion on this. Black has tried immediately to create some counterplay on the queen side. And after dc6 and bc6, we can see that knight is going to go to c7 and a6 to d4, which would be quite a nice improvement for the knight, which looked very sad at his a6 outpost. And this indeed happened. The knight did move to that nice square on d4. Yeah, it's clear that black has improved his position a lot. And d5. Wow, we couldn't really imagine this like 6-7 moves ago, right? That black will get such an activity.
Yeah, it was actually a really surprising development of the game. I mean, yeah.
It's friendly. I mean, White Willie did start to play passively from some reason. She probably didn't trust positions so much, and it kind of went downhill very quickly for White. And yeah, we can see also that time trouble also played some role. And yeah, rook takes d4 is just collecting a piece because rook on c1 is hanging. So it very interesting development at the opening, of course, but at the end, Black has managed to somehow uh, come up with a typical King's Indian play and win his game. So Pavel Sovinsky is in the lead in under 14 open section, and let's see if there are any guys joining him. Bruno Topenchik with white pieces is playing against Felix Antonio Ilinka, and yes, that seems that black is now on the better side of the position. Let's see what happened here. Wow, there are some bishop c3. So e4 was. I remember that we were discussing e4, but after knight
Yeah.
e1.
Hmm.
And here, well, e4 eventually came as well because it's based on a trick on, or not a trick, but after d4, there is an overload of the pieces, which is quite a nice one. The idea is that after rook takes d6, white can do this. Black can do this, and actually after rook d1, rook takes d1, queen takes d1, drops a piece. Right, and another one, another line after rook, bishop takes d1, rook takes e6, bishop takes c2. Oh, maybe I'm wrong here. That would be rook takes f6. That's not so horrible yet. May I do something better here?
Maybe you can just take on d2 at first.
On c3 or d2?
D2. Yeah.
d2. Okay, let's just do that. Oh, just can
And
very
take
yeah.
again. Yeah.
Yeah, I probably can do the most straightforward thing. But yeah, I forgot. I actually saw that this is not working because of queen d8 check, but of course queen d8 check is not available. All right, yes, then then maybe there is this was not so complicated. I saw that there is more into that. But what Black demonstrated after knight e1 was another nice option of knight d4. The idea is actually that the rook is extremely badly placed here. And actually e3 is a problem. And all of a sudden
Okay, it looks like we have some technical issues, so we're gonna wait for Sergei to join us again.
Very good for black. Of course, he has to find the way how to break through. White is stuck to a super passive defense, and black has decided to go for bishop takes f3 immediately. Um, well, I would be kind of afraid of this with black giving up this bishop because I don't see how white can avoid exchanging this this knight if I anytime I would like to. Because bishop takes f3, I assume that his idea is that if white collects with the bishops, then h4 can be quite unpleasant. The combination of this passed pawn and the mating attack can be deadly for white. But is it so clear after g takes f3? Yeah, quite obvious that white is fighting for his life here, but well, I've seen some end games which did look very ugly, but opposite colored bishops still provide some chances to survive for white. So I don't know. I frankly I wouldn't be in a big rush to take on f3. So let's see if yeah, now white is still taking his time because he knows that it's an important decision. Bishop takes f3. I believe simply doesn't work. So he will have to stick with g takes f3 and hope for the best. Let's check board number 3, where Patrik Cieslak of Poland is playing Boris Stefanovic, where we have an endgame where black is a pawn up. Well, I don't recall the position. Oh, this was this Benoni. Yeah, this was the one which looked very interesting. It seemed that white is in trouble, at least at the clock. So after bishop b1, black did play queen d8, which is probably also a good idea. And things developed in this direction. Black returned the pawn. White did go for his attack there. Tried to open up the position in order to. Oh, queen bishop takes c3. It seemingly is winning a piece, but white is regaining it by going queen c2 here. So queen d4, queen takes d5, exchanges, and black. Oh, white still has his mind set on attack. Would like to mate, but black, of course, is aware of this. And now they will end up in the end game, which I would say that this should be winning for black. I don't see how white is gonna defend after king d6. I think my idea is pretty simple. I want to go rook c7 next.
Yeah, it should be winning.
So after king d6, of course, white also has an option of going c5, but then I would like to go king d7 and then king c6 and then rook c7. And black is well, he has enough time to evaluate his options. I guess that he may not be in hurry even to play king d6, but it looks quite natural to do so.
On the other hand, White has to move pretty quickly because he has only something less than, what is it, 4 minutes left. So yeah.
Well, I guess that White's choice is anyway quite limited here, so he has to hope that somehow this end game can be survivable. But yeah, I don't rate White's chances too high here, and Black is gonna take his time and simply will consider his best options, the easiest way how to proceed here. But yeah, it looks very good for Black. So on the other board, on board four, Howard Haug of Norway has won his game, and we can take a short look what happened here. Uh, we can shortly mention board six, where Javka, called Dergelda, is widely called in Czech junior chess circles as Javka, and he has won his third game in a row. So he's I think that he is doing quite fine at the moment, and we will see him most likely tomorrow on one of the highest boards. Let's check the categories which are following, and it's girls category under 16, where we see that Alexandra Shvedova of Italy indeed did convert her advantage against Emma Dobsa. We did see the position after White's not very successful bishop maneuver, bishop g5, bishop h4, and basically, well, g4, it went uh, pretty quickly since because white has no compensation for the piece, and despite some minor inaccuracies maybe from black side, it went down pretty smoothly for black. So Alexandra Shvedova is still leading the tournament with 3 out of 3. And we have one game going on. It's Polish player Emilia Sprzeczka, who is facing Yildiz from Turkey. And that one, we had this Sicilian. Wow. So she managed to make it that far. Who would have we did believe that here Queen E2 was also quite good, and Queen
Yeah.
C7. Yeah. Queen E2 we did like as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Black came up with Queen C7 resource, claiming that after Knight B6, Queen C3 check is available still.
Oh, and the result is already there.
Okay, and it's Black who won the game. Wow, interesting. I'm quite curious actually why at any point here Queen F6 wouldn't be available. I think it seems this seems like that it should be game over for White very soon. But yeah, we see that the result is completely opposite, and yeah, White allowed a lot of things to happen here, and D3 was blundered by her here. Yes, this is quite incredible. I'm quite curious because we now are getting when the game is finished, that we are getting some evaluation of the moves, and yes, that went pretty much downhill for White, and Queen takes E7, and that was a huge blunder. Oh, this one is a tragic blunder actually for White, because she could still keep some pressure after CD3. But what he did blunder here is very nice on one hand. I think that okay, White player would beg to differ, of course, but yeah, this is nothing you can do about now. After Bishop E5, it's very unfortunately placed white queen and bishop e5. The bishop, who could have thought that the bishop on f8 was by far the worst black's piece, will decide the game in such a fashion. So yeah, chess is unpredictable, so there is unfortunately always room for big errors, and White did make a couple of extra moves, but of course, just simply a whole rook down, it's impossible to do anything with the position. So very unlucky outcome for Polish player, and yeah, well done for Yildiz for a stubborn defense, resourceful, and of course shows the tactical possibility after her opponent's blunder. So one of the upsets of today's round. And just next to it, another one, and again, it's a Turkish player who did upset the higher seeded player, and we saw this position after knight cd5, and black, okay, knight takes d5, and here white decided to exchange all the pieces. Her idea is to take back with the pawn on d5. We did mention that this is maybe one of the knight d5 is one of the safer moves,
Hmm.
and bishop g7. Well, I would probably try to keep the pawn on e7 alive by any cost. But black somehow was very afraid of the well, queen c3 or threats on the diagonal, so she did give up a pawn on e7. It seems that white should have played something else here. f5 is even stronger here, as our computer claims. But yeah, f5 actually is a nice motive because rook f4 is coming, whatever you do. Nice. So rook takes e7, bishop takes g2, queen takes g2, b5. Black has got some counterplay here. Queen e4, and here black uh, did commit another mistake by playing queen f5, and endgame. Yes, this doesn't look very good for black. I mean, this endgame is most likely easily lost because white will collect the pawn on b5, and also the rest of black pawns is very weak, and unfortunately for Olivia Sekova, she lost her game today. We can see that there are not so many draws, to say diplomatically. Very fighting. Which that's what we like to see, of course. Maybe not all the coaches are very happy about this, but of course we encourage players to play for win. And let's
I
see.
mean, the draws will probably come, but now, as we can still see, there's still some difference between the players in terms of their ratings. So the resultative results are most likely to happen. But as we can see now,
Yeah,
probably not.
yeah. You just immediately, straight to the point. Just in order to, I start to believe that this was prearranged with that actually, in order to confirm your words, that that there were, they wanted to repeat moves exactly at this moment. So the game on board one, which we followed quite a lot, was very interesting. I did believe that white is in trouble here, but he did try to complicate matters with f3 and opening up the position, and actually managed to equalize the position. And we can see that here already this is heading to a more or less peaceful result, because a white bishop finally has found his way to the game. And yeah, equal number of pawns did suggest that it's gonna be a peaceful end to this very eventful game. I think that it was very interesting from positional point of view as well. So at the end, I guess both players can be quite glad with the result because the underdog did hold a draw against a high rated player, and the high rated player was probably in trouble at some point. So it's kind of a win win draw. On board two, we see that actually the things didn't go too so smooth to black, which is Marco Materia of France. We did stop at this moment when white seemingly lost control of the game and played b4 here. So and knight a4 is knight a4 was knight a4 forced here. Um, I'm thinking which move could black do instead of this. Knight e6 doesn't look so good because there is. Oh, but knight. Actually, knight e6 was possible, I think, if my calculations are not wrong. The idea is that if white goes knight takes e6, which looks
We're gonna take
normal.
with rook, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but the idea is that here, okay, I have to be careful. I have to go here. And after queen d4, rook e1 check. Bishop f1, queen takes c8 would be quite good for black. So after rook takes e6, most likely, if I'm not blundering anything major here, it would end up in some kind of a draw. But instead, black wanted to be ambitious and played knight a4, which was followed by bishop c6, double attack. And black did have to do this, but after bishop d5, suddenly several problems occurred. Bishop b3 is a threat, queen e8 is a threat. So, how to deal with this? Knight c3. Wow. So queen e8 is like not really anything. Of course, white also has this weak pawn on f2, and white did come up with a nice solution of the problem. Queen e6 and queen d7 and queen takes d4. So gain the pawn. Black did decide that his best practical chance would be this queen's endgame, which is quite unpleasant, I assume.
Well, it is, and not to mention the time difference, which is huge right now.
Yeah,
Especially, yeah.
I mean, White is really improving his position, and but now it seems that maybe Black has got a good chance to survive here, because I think that White has weakened his king's position. I don't think that there is a way to escape or improve his pieces. Of course, he can try to queenside games are always very tricky. It's of course lots of checks, lots of calculation. Have to be careful, of course, and White's idea probably is just after queen e3 is that queen to come with this. But we have been here, yeah, more or less. I think that the players they had this position for some time already, so will be some kind of back and forth. Uh, I don't know. I feel that this should be closer to a draw than to a win for white, but of course it's going to be still some suffering for black, and especially in this time situation, it will be an unpleasant defense for him. So meanwhile, we can check on board three, and we have our one of the favorite disciplines is the Rook's End games, but this one is going to finish pretty soon because I think that this one and White cannot really. Oh, but maybe Rook 6, King f4 still. Maybe not so easy for Black to done. because the king is very badly placed. I'm thinking if this is well, this is definitely one of the theoretical positions where it will be actually quite difficult for black to hold on here. The main problem which I see is on the clock because he has only 1 minute in order to deal with this position. Let's see if everything went logically in this game. We had after d4. This this was approximately the position we did see,
Hmm.
and things went quite interestingly. Black has decided to sacrifice an exchange for for an activity. Knight f3, rook takes c6 was an idea, and oh, so white was forced to give an exchange back. Oh, but this should be a dead draw. Eh? Right. I would assume that Black probably had some ways to draw this game because actually King takes b4 is not exactly a big threat.
Yeah, because the knight on the h4
True.
is hanging. Yeah.
Yeah. But the question is if he has a useful move here. Interestingly enough. Okay, knight c6 and bishop d6, but this should be still well b4. This I definitely don't like. Why not knight d4 here? I mean, this would be even tricky for white, maybe, because after king b4, I have at least this, and I'm definitely not in danger to lose this anywhere, anyhow. This is like, I mean, maybe I can try to push for a win, even after this. It should be a draw, I guess, somehow, but it's gonna be white. Yeah, knight takes g6. Maybe I just. I know it's not a draw.
Oh,
Or maybe it is. Maybe it is if I take here.
and after bishop takes.
Should take d6 is king takes b5. But then my knight is trapped. But no, I have g4 there maybe. I may be extremely lucky to survive there. So we can show this line. It would be seemingly uh, winning the piece, but I have g4 in time. And after knight
Yeah.
d4, most likely. This looks like a study a bit, but
Yeah.
yeah. Well, this was before was a strange decision from white from black. They still had enough time, and okay, instead probably he missed something, or maybe he did believe that his pawn will be strong enough. And yeah, and here is going to. At, this can be winning, isn't it? No, I mean just g5, just pushing the pawns. How is black gonna stop this?
Well, I'm not sure to be honest. But to be honest, rook and games are not my favorite chess discipline, so maybe I'm missing
Yeah, but
something.
this is just I don't remember. But actually, I have to say that. But my biggest concern is that I don't remember any theoretical endgame like this. So there may not be a theoretical endgame. There is maybe just flat lost. So it's just yeah. I guess this is just I see no defense here. So it seems that at the end of the day, White is gonna win this. And of course, it will be after the very eventful game. Uh, very interesting stuff, of course. So let's check one last time. We do hope we have games from under 18, but no, we unfortunately don't have any good news for you in this department. So we will have to move to open under 18 section, and we see some reduction in material in the game on board one. White has managed somehow to to win a pawn. I guess all this I would assume that it's a safe draw for black, but well,
It seems like White wasn't satisfied with just draw, so
yeah, no. Well, it was obvious that white is like on a slightly better side of a draw, so of course he would try to. Well, yeah, I guess that this may last for quite a while because it seems that we are up to maybe potentially an endgame with rook and bishop against the bishop against rook. So yeah, I think that we can safely move from here to board two, where again a very uneventful at the moment position did arise from we do we left players when they were exchanged before exchanging the queens, and yes, since then not so much changed here. I'm curious who was playing for a win here. I mean, theoretically it should have been black, and I don't see any resources for him to play on win. So yeah, well, I guess that the evaluation of the position didn't really change much. I
maybe
still
the
do.
time is the factor why Black doesn't
Sure.
want to draw.
Yeah, also, but the problem is that I don't see any ideas for black.
Yeah, I mean I understand, but like it can be one of the reasons. I don't know.
Okay, black is gonna play on because he's of course a bit higher rated player, and then also his opponent has 1 minute. But objectively, I don't see any way how to break through. Let's go to the Polish affair. It's we did believe that it's drawish. Well, that there are many drawish resources. We didn't see how to break through with white, and I actually still think that not too much changed here. White has managed to gain a pawn, but this just should be a draw still. I mean, one of the biggest problems for white is as well that you cannot really. Oh, but can you put the pawn on b6 and then go king g5? But then maybe he will just block with. Well, but still can be tricky for black. No, I mean b6 looks to be a logical idea now.
Yeah, I mean it does, but it still seems like it's not enough, right? Or do you see anything
Sure.
specific?
I will just put the bishop on b4 or on g4 and just will go to b. Yeah, king e6. I mean, if you go b6, you just will wait until you take on h5. Yeah, of course, this should be a draw still. The problem also is that winning a bishop it will not be enough in case you only have an a5 pawn because this is a wrong bishop. So yes, and then it doesn't make so big of a difference. Should be a draw still. And we can see that we can take a look at Richard Stalmach's game, and he did win at the end. We didn't really. Oh, I didn't like his position so much here. I wasn't sure what is going on here. And after Queen G3 in here, I felt that black is quite safe and could probably collect the pawn on D5. but instead black went for queen d6 and queen takes d5, and white managed to come up with some activity. Just exchange the bishops, and suddenly some huge activity with rook e6, very important motive. Rook takes g6, winning a pawn back and leaving black with a very unpleasant king's position. Yes, this looks unpleasant for black. And four rooks end games, they are quite unpleasant always. And Richard did find his way to win this end game. You can see that he did repeat several times just in order to. Oops, and at some point there was a small mistake made. Or rook g6 is quite hard to understand because black could have done this with a check first on h6. But luckily for Richard, oh, you can see a twin endgame here. So yeah, so we can confirm that this is lost. So from now we know. Unfortunately, Stepan Herbeck didn't really manage to hold his position, so he will not join Richard Stalmach and others in the lead. We can now take a look back on the games. We expect now that many games will be finished, and that's true. Verovic managed to convert her advantage. It was the end game with pawn up, where black didn't defend perfectly and ended up in end game. Which yes, this is obviously an unpleasant one. Maybe still holdable, but on g5 is a bit strange, of course. And yes, this was a blunder which led to a mating net. The king on f4 suddenly is surrounded by white pieces, and the knight is coming via d4 to e2. You can't really. Yeah, black had to give up the rook for the knight because otherwise would be mated, and this is easily winning for white, of course. Well, a good game from white. And on board two, as we predicted, there was a complete turnaround of events when the rating favorite managed to overpower black with black pieces. I just was curious for this moment, and we can see that rook g3 was suggested also uh, as the best one for by a computer, and of course this is already quite dangerous for white. And we see that after knight d3, rook h8 indeed happened, and the other rook did enter the battle, and all the black pieces are now attacking just with easily crushing through white's defenses. So as we expected, white didn't really handle the turnaround of events well, and well, from a very good position, very promising one, ended up losing this game. So we can actually, what we can do now is that we check on the remaining games which are still running, but there are not so many in this category at least. Actually, there are no games in under 14
Wow.
girls category, and yeah, well, it can happen, of course. Sometimes I think that in the first round there were many games which were running long enough. Also, the round started on time. And let's check on the open section. And here, this one is. Oh, but now it's obvious that black has broken through, and now h4 is gonna happen, I guess.
Yeah.
think that simply after h4, king e2, which is the only way how to stop the pawn here, king f1. King f3 doesn't really change much because actually king takes f4 is not a threat, and black simply can go b3, bishop takes b3, king takes d3, and just go c2. White cannot really do anything about this, and yeah, after h4 it's just winning for black. So of course he will invest some time here, and he doesn't have so much of it, but 2 minutes should be quite enough to take this decision. And h4 is not a difficult one to take, I guess. So we expect black to proceed with a win here. Let's check the game which we covered a lot. This was the rook's endgame, and indeed king d6 and rook c7 happened, after which actually black's win was very trivial. The game did last for a while from let's say technical reasons, but oh, white did try this. It's a nice one. Still a try, but I guess that with 13 minutes on the clock, black didn't have any big troubles to find one of the winning moves in here. So black did win the game. So let's check if there are any games running, and we have a game of Filip Kulich from Slovakia against Evsud Magmarsuren from Norway. We have an endgame, not surprisingly, which seems like heading to a draw, I would say. Yeah, I think that this should end in a draw. Black doesn't really want to allow knight takes a5, I assume, so most likely a4 is going to happen. And after a4, he takes a4, b3, king d3. I guess b2.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much black can do, right? King c2 and just.
Oh, I don't think actually black is better at all in here, and white actually can pick if he makes a draw immediately by going a5, bishop takes a5, or maybe teases his opponent a bit with knight e7, but it's still a draw. I mean, just whatever you do. So I guess that we will have a result quite quickly here as well. But let's probably wait for a while, because it seems that the game is heading towards the end. And yeah, the above mentioned moves happened here. Well, we can only guess if white would go for a5 immediately, or we'll do knight e7 first, but I guess the difference is not gonna be big here. So let's see if there are any other games in this category still running. And yeah, very last board of online, of course, we see, oh, this is a huge fun usually for people. Of course, this endgame is winning for white. But amazingly enough, some years ago, a good friend of mine, Alexander Fier from Brazil, he did show me that actually the computer, if you play this against the computer, it's actually not so easy to win this. Of course, computer is not blundering anything, so most likely, I mean, most of these games they finish by a blunder of a rook at the end, and not the most precise, defense. But well, beating computer in this is actually not such a big fun. Usually, the games end very easily in queen's favor. And let's take a quick look back here, and we have knight d7. white is in a fighting mood yet. I mean, there are still things which you can blunder, like king f4, knight d5 check. Knight is a knight, knight g, oh, king g5. I mean, yeah, this is okay. There are still ways to lose this. Yeah, but a5. No, I don't like a5. I would go knight d5 here because I can show a sample line which can still lead to losing it. Okay, maybe that's yeah. After a6, bishop d4 is still possible because something like bishop d8 will already be tricky. And suddenly there are some problems for black. Of course, this is not gonna happen, and this is
There
gonna
goes the result.
yeah. So white managed to trade all the pawns and drew the game. So let's go for the next one, and it will be girls under 16. And let's check for the games running. And I see nothing yet, nothing yet, and nothing yet. So girls under 16 are also done. So our boys more stubborn. Yeah, I did expect that this game will be still running. And probably it will be still running when we go to sleep. So this is gonna take a while. I still think that black is gonna survive this, but he's actually up on time already.
Yeah, I was thinking of that just now. It's actually funny. Like after 60 moves, he's in time advantage. Yeah,
Yep.
that has to feel nice.
Yeah, but I mean the position is quite easy, so it's
Yeah,
quite. I
obviously.
mean, white is in no danger to blunder anything. Let's see, there is another game which is still on. It's white player is a Spanish player Amanza Guerrea against Tunar Davudov of Azerbaijan. Yeah, well, this is also not so much fun. I guess that we can see. You can have a couple of extra other pawns on e file, and it still is going to be a draw. Of course, everything can happen, but I guess that the draw is the most likely result here. And there is one more game, which is going to be another one who will keep the onliners awake because this is I can predict. I smell rook and the bishop against the rook. Yeah, and of course it's gonna take a while as well. And there are more games here. Wow, this is a fighting category. Um, well, this position doesn't really look like very promising from point of view of any any result here. So this should be just as drawish as it can get. I mean, can black try to get to d8, but then white just will keep the bishop on b5, right?
Yeah.
And again, we have the same problem because this is a wrong. I mean, the wrong pawn, the wrong uh, corner, so it should be a draw as well. And wow, what's this? So many pieces? Why did they keep so many pieces on the board? Also, it seems that the time counter is a little bit broken. Probably is a game. But it seems that simply the result is not there. It seems there was a
Yeah.
3-4. Yeah. So maybe the game was it's finished, but it was probably there is a claim. Maybe that's why the clocks are stopped.
Yeah.
Okay, we can check this one later. And so let's see what we got left here. Well, girls 18 still not there. And all right, so let's go to board one in under 18. Oh, what's that? How did this happen? Incredible. This is just incredible. How did he convince him to change the bishops? Well, rook bishop takes e3. No way. Bishop takes e3. I mean, you can only do this if you are like 150% sure that you know that the end game is going to be a draw. Wow, bishop takes e3 is a. I mean, it should be a draw, of course, but and he allowed all this. Okay, now it's bad news for black, of course, because in order to make a draw here, you need your king to be on h6 or h7. Quite unbelievable. This I have to say that this would be a. I mean, of course, it's white who still did put some problems ahead of black, but the bishop takes e3 decision in general is a very strange one to me. From practical point of view, I would just keep the bishop there and play on. And of course, the rook's endgame is a draw, but it may end up in something like this. Just getting confused and yeah, it's pretty sad for black, of course. Now, well, let's check the board too. And here we also have rook's endgame, and it's white who is pawn up. Wow, how did he manage that? So actually, we were right to assume that black is gonna be trying to do something here. And suddenly, interestingly enough, that the pawns on white squares, they are not safe enough. So it's actually black who had to be careful here. So he's maybe gonna survive this, but I mean, yeah, this is also not very convincing play from Jan Klinkowski, because we couldn't imagine that he will be the one fighting for a draw. Eh?
Yeah.
On the board three, meanwhile, the draw was reached because the end game did look drawish for most of the time, and really white couldn't really do anything special there. There's one more game ongoing on online boards. This is an interesting one. We have £2 for an exchange, and black is trying to survive here. How do we win this with white? Do we have the idea how to do it?
I mean, maybe moving the bishop to the h5, then moving the knight somewhere else. I don't know.
Yeah, but knight g3. I think that actually the king on f5 is good, but I would prefer maybe a knight there.
Well, where do you want to put the king then?
This I didn't really think about yet, but bishop
Well,
bishop would go.
maybe you
Yeah,
can go just knight g3, bishop h5, king g4, and then
knight
knight
f5. Yeah.
f5 maybe.
Well, we can actually check what he already did try, because I assume that they are going on like this for a while already. So we can check. We can check. If he already did something around this, so we can see that there were many different tries how to. Okay, so he was not very happy with the bishop h5 there.
Okay.
The knight is going somewhere else. Maybe
Maybe he
d5.
wants to capture the e5 pawn.
That would be very good, of course, but I'm not sure that it's reachable by early normal means if black pays attention, so it shouldn't be possible so easily.
Yeah, I
But
mean
yeah,
it shouldn't, but it can happen.
no, knight if knight gets to e3, then bishop h5 check and some kind of knight g4
Yeah.
is already troubling black because then you have to play something like rook c5, and then knight f6 becomes an option, and bringing the knight to d5. But it seems that black is not interested in this, so he went for rook a3, trying actually to not let the knight to e3. This
Well,
is going to be
actually, the knight can go to the g4 square. There are different ways, you know. So now
no,
knight
it depends
h2
now
and
also where does black king go. He would go to e7, I guess, right?
yeah, probably. So knight h2, right? And knight
Yeah,
g4
but then
maybe,
f3 is still hanging, so it's kind of not so easy to reach the setup we want yet.
or maybe you can play just g6 and king g5, king h6.
Yeah, but I mean,
That's
once we
probably
go
not
to
gonna happen, right?
yeah, G6 is already very committing because black is gonna put bishop on G7 probably, and then hold the structure. But I mean, hold his position. But King F8. That's an interesting one. Yeah, okay, but I think that we are safe to assume that this game is gonna go on for a while too. Let's get to okay, and here we reached another theoretical endgame, which I'm quite safe to proclaim as a draw. And yeah, Sokolowski really managed to win this game, which did seem very unlikely, but quite unbelievably, Black allowed the exchange or even exchange the bishops himself. So yeah, it leaves the only game running in this category. At least, oh no, correction. There is another game which is also not. We have a bunch of this end games today with connected pawns, and all of them will end up quite badly for the defending side. So let's check on the games running. Under 14, we didn't have any, I think, in girls section, and let's check on the boys or open. And yes, on board two, Black did manage to win his game in this opposite color bishop's endgame. Um, and there were no more games, I guess. Oh, the queen again
Oh,
to one. Yeah, so maybe even for humans, it's not so easy to win it. So girls under 16. Uh, Somehow girls were fighting quicker today, and it seems that there are no games there either. If yeah, it seems that it's also there. So let's move further. Under 16. Okay, the game on board two, the Queen's End game did end in a draw after some try. Oh, this is okay. I would show this one. This is just one of my favorite end games.
wow.
So this Black did show good knowledge of the maneuver and easily won. So under 16, it seems that we are also done.
Yeah,
And,
seems like it.
and yes, and let's check under 18 boys. And it seems that the only game which is running at the moment, that it seems well, we had some rook and the bishop end game, and this is another one. there, which okay. White did White manage to make some progress here? It may appear
Well,
so, actually, right?
well, everything we said happened basically. The knight h2. Yeah, king g6 is interesting, but I don't think it
Ah,
does
but he will go
anything.
rook a3 now anyway, right? He will
Yeah.
just go rook a3.
So I mean,
Quite.
maybe go in knight g4 now, then knight f6 and king g6 can be interesting, maybe.
Ah, you want to sacrifice a pawn? Because he
Uh,
will go rook a3, I think.
oh, now, okay.
Yeah. No, I guess
Then
I don't want to allow you to go there. I have to admit that I wasn't sure what is going on there, and I well, probably not in right shape at the moment to assess the position somehow definitely. So I asked for a hint, and the hint says that it should be a draw. But yeah, well, they will go on for a while. They both of them they have enough time, so our fears that this will, let's say, the time control will influence a lot of the technical part may not be a problem here. But seems that White is not able to achieve any progress and wins this game. So we can stick here for a while and see if White will manage to come up with some idea, or maybe can use some Black's inaccuracy in order to gain some advantage here. But yeah, I don't know. Not very optimistic. Seems
is there
that Black.
any specific game you remember from when you played this, like either European or World Championships as a kid?
Sorry, once more.
If there's any specific game you remember from
Oh,
when you played this.
well, actually, I have to admit that I mentioned it yesterday. I didn't play so many of them. I actually, from World Juniors, I played. I never played European Juniors. I mean, it's because back then it was much more complicated to qualify for them. Nowadays, it's easier to participate because a number of participants is not very limited. Back then, it was purely one or two players from each country, so I didn't always qualify for it. And World Juniors, I played three times. It was in 1993, 1994, and 1997. And there were many memorable games. I had actually missed on medals in first year in 1993. Had a winning position after the opening, and in case I would have won, I would have won a gold medal. But instead, I drew and actually shared second to fourth, obviously with a bad tie breaks, and ended up without a medal. So could be quite memorable, I would say. Uh, and actually, in 1997, very similar thing happened to me in World Juniors under 20. And it was last round. In case I would have won, I would have won the gold. And in case of a draw, um, which happened again, I had a good position, but not winning one. And I drew and also missed out on medal. So games were quite memorable. Results a little bit less so, but it was a nice experience. I'm quite happy I played there because it was not only chess part, but I met lots of people. I still there are lots of friends I gained there, and I'm quite happy that I think that these tournaments are, of course, they are about the results, but also about experience and about meeting people from all over the world. And I'm quite happy to see lots of people still playing, because we imagine that we are talking something like 30 years ago, and I still meet people who are around. I'm quite happy always to see them, and at at least most of them. Yeah, it was yeah, very nice ones. So yeah, this is surely we if we take a look at the game back, it's interesting. White is trying to make a progress by pushing f4 and e5. I don't think that there is any risk for white, of course, but he is down to 39 seconds, so his winning attempt is connected with a time risk. Well, maybe he can. I mean, he will try to consolidate with knight to f3, but I think
Sorry,
that
so
yes,
after rook a5, knight f3 is gonna happen, right?
yeah, knight f3.
Okay.
Yes, yes. I guess that he's gonna do this, and then he will try to collect the pawn, and if not, then to push either g6 or e6 or both of them. King f7. Black has decided to block the pawns straight away, not to bother about the f4 pawn. White is going to play knight f3 anyway, I guess. Yeah, this should be a draw. This should be a draw. I guess that winning attempts are very difficult here, very limited, and I think that also going down to 30 seconds is usually not very helpful.
Yeah, it's a bit risky actually.
Oh, but black also has an idea of giving up the rook for a knight now, and just doing like maybe king g6 now. I mean, this should be quite drawish. Yeah, I mean, just some precision is needed, obviously, from black, but I guess that we are most likely heading to a draw. All right, so I think that we are not going to wait till all games will end, because some of them they may end up in rook and the bishop end games, and of course they are quite unpredictable with this time control. I would like to thank you for joining us for today. I would like also to thank Lutzka for being co-commentator today with me, and we invite you to join our commentary in the next days. We will have a different combination of commentating teams. I do hope that you enjoyed today's stream, and we see you in the next days. Thank you very much, and have a nice evening.